Hello everyone, and welcome to the 2016 MFA Interaction Design Thesis Festival. I'm so thrilled that all of you could be here. Our students, of course, who haven't slept in months, but also their families, many of which have come from a long way to be here, and their friends and first-year students who are here, and a large audience that is watching our live stream from home, wherever you are. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Eric, for those of you who don't know me. I am the head of innovation at Interaction Design MFA. I'm also thesis faculty, and I've worked here for about 4 years, and for the last 2 years I've had the pleasure of working with this particular group of students. Liz Danzico, our department head and co-founder of the department, who could not be here today, sends her very warm wishes to everybody, and she is watching from home. So what you're going to see today are 16 projects, all of which cover the gamut of what interaction design means today. It's not always what you think. There are, of course, a lot of screen-based work, a lot of apps, but also some things that are ideas and services and physical things. When these students started here at SVA in the fall of 2014, which seems like incredibly recently, but also incredibly long time ago, I'm sure, for them. They were asked from the beginning very difficult questions. What does the world need? How can design help? How do you make something meaningful in a world that's overrun with products, with services, with apps, with all sorts of things buzzing and chirping at us who are grabbing our mind share and attention? Each of them came up with their own approach to this, all of them quite different from each other. And they really worked on different aspects of how design can help, very ambitious, and in some cases really cleverly scaled down, which is sometimes the hardest thing to do, is to take a hugely ambitious idea and figure out how do you make something that's feasible and meaningful today. Some of them worked towards more efficiency, more elegance of interface and usability. Some of them were trying to spur change in ourselves or even in the world at large. Some of them were helping us deal with how overwhelming the world can be. And some of them were working on connecting people to each other. Throughout the past year, while these students have worked on their thesis projects, they have had to go through many cycles of prototyping. They all started with a problem space that they were interested in, something that they cared about, something they thought they could make a difference in, and then were asked to research and think about it and just try something, poke around, prototype things, see what went wrong, see what didn't work, throw some things out, try again, and repeating that cycle as many times as I could force them to do it, basically. In the end, they had to do the most challenging thing of all, which is to bring all of that work together. A whole year of thinking and prototyping. How do you compress everything into one project that really sums up what you're trying to do, that is feasible, that's completely well designed, and also, in the end, how do you present it to the public when you have a very short time to do so? Each of them here has only 7 minutes to present their projects to you. So what you'll see is only a small segment, and they will have a chance to show you more at the reception afterwards. I hope you all come to that. There'll be details on cards in the program, I believe. Today there are 4 loose themes that the students are grouped into, 4 students in each group. Optimize, connect, empower, and engage. Those are just loose themes that we thought showed some affiliation between the groups and also allow us to have a brief discussion after each group of 4 students. That will take place here. We won't have questions from the audience. I'll just moderate a panel. None of them know what those questions will be yet, which they're all very nervous about, but they're just a simple informal discussion after each group. After the first 2 groups, there'll be a break for lunch at 12:35. And then the second half of the day starts at 1:30. And after this is over, at 4 o'clock, we'll have a reception back in our interaction design department where you can see the studio, see the students' workspaces, and see their projects actually on display where you can see all of the hard work, all of the process that went into what they've made. So I would also like to thank all of our thesis advisors. These are people who worked every week with the students, one per student, advising them on their projects throughout the whole journey. And feel free to tweet or post or whatever you want during this. Usually I would say don't look at your phones, but because we like the modern media, you can use this hashtag or tweet at SVAIXD. We will assume that you are paying attention, even though you're looking at your phone. Just set a rule for yourself. After you do that, don't check anything else. Don't look at anything else. So with that, I would like to start our first group of presenters. And Nick, I believe you are up. Thank you so much for coming.
Good morning. Let's give people a second to filter in and sit down. My friend Sam is a great home cook. Everybody knows it, and everybody has a story about an incredible meal he's made. If you're like Sam, then you have a gift. But if you're not like Sam, and I'm not like Sam, then I have good news. Cooking is just a skill. It's a skill you can learn, and all it takes is a little bit of practice. Unfortunately, we don't do this as often as we should. In fact, last year, Americans spent more money dining out than they did on groceries. And that might not be surprising to you until I tell you that this is the first time that's ever happened. This has never happened before. I know I'm to blame for this in part. I definitely dine out more than I should. I don't get into the kitchen as often as I'd like. So how have I tried to combat this? Well, one idea has been recipe deliveries. You've probably seen these services. They'll send you a box to your door with recipe cards, fresh ingredients, and they cost about $60 depending on where you go. But this convenience is actually more like a luxury, because when you do the math, it's pretty expensive. For the cost of 2 of these boxes, you can actually buy a week's worth of groceries for those same 2 people. So this is 3 meals a day, 7 days a week, and also 2 snacks. This isn't sustainable for anybody, and this isn't the way that I think that people traditionally cook in kitchens. So what can we do? How can we bring recipes to people in a way that's more effective? My name is Nick Barajas, and I am thrilled to tell you about Step Zero. Step Zero is a web service that redesigns recipes to be better tools for teaching you and guiding you in the kitchen. So why are we fixing recipes? They seem so simple. A list of ingredients and a list of instructions. Well, if you've ever had a mess up in the kitchen, then you know recipes aren't that easy. If you've ever mixed up a teaspoon and a tablespoon, if you've forgotten what size you need to cut something, or if you're not sure what a poach or a braise is, recipes don't really help you do that. They're just that list. Recipes are a foreign language, and they make assumptions about the kinds of skills that cooks have in the kitchen. And an average cook doesn't necessarily have these. I was reading a blog post online. They have tips for how to read recipes. Their first one, read the whole recipe all the way through twice. Seriously? If you're like me, it's difficult enough to get through these once. And if you don't know what you're looking at, then why does it even matter if you read it all the way through? It's more like a research project than it is a cooking task. This recipe in particular stopped me. I had seen this recently, and it's kind of overwhelming to me. Maybe for Sam this is a cool project, but for me, who's trying to avoid disaster in the kitchen, this is kind of intense. But the recipe writers, they call this not too tricky. When I look at this recipe, with its long list of ingredients, with its dense instructions, it's a real challenge to try and get through. I might not even try to get started with this because it just seems like too much. So, how is step 0 going to solve this? Well, it starts off with a concept called mise en place. And you don't need to necessarily know French, but what it means is putting things in their place. It means having all the parts of a recipe done and prepped and ready to go so that when you get started, you know what you're doing. So step 0 is going to do 3 things for you. First, it's going to highlight your equipment. It's going to show you what tools you need to get started. Second, it introduces a prep step. It introduces the way that you get to that mise en place. And third, it tries to make instructions clearer. It puts emphasis on the actions you're taking in the kitchen, and it highlights the ingredients as you're using them. So let's see it in action. My girlfriend sent me this recipe recently. It seems like something I could actually pull off. So I'm going to use the Step 0 web service to try and transform this. The first thing that Step 0 is going to do is it's going to take away all the cruft and all the crap from the page. What you're left with is just the recipe. Next, it's going to zoom in and analyze the ingredients and the instructions and figure out how to make these more clear for you. One of the important things that Step 0 does is it looks at ingredients that have prep attached to them. So in this case, these mushrooms and this garlic, they're not just ingredients, they're ingredients that also have to have something done to them. So what Step 0 is going to do is it tears those apart. It puts the ingredients back, and then it builds this prep step out of these. And what's more, if you need to know what tools you need, or how to trim and quarter, or the size of a mince, Step 0 is there to help too. It gives you the tools that you need, and it has helpful, clear graphics that show you what you need to know so that you can get this done. The resulting recipe is cleaner, simpler to see, and it has those tools and those clear instructions. Now compared with the original recipe, the Step 0 design recipe is definitely going to look different. It may even look a little bit longer, but that's okay because now this recipe clearly and honestly reflects the work you're about to do in the kitchen in a way that should make you more confident. As I said in the beginning, cooking is just a skill that anybody can build. When you're using Step 0, this is what your process looks like. Tools laid out and at the ready. An easy way through prep, through the cooking process, and all the way to plating your dish. And serving it to the people that you care about. Because ultimately, isn't that what it's all about? It's about making food for people you care about, working on projects to impress that special someone, or finally getting to do something that you've never tried in the kitchen before. So, no matter what your skill level is, I want you to make me a promise. Cook at home more often, and do it with Step 0. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Tingting. As a student, I've had a lot of homework. Each time I've had an assignment, I've always told myself I could do it tomorrow. In this way, I wasted so many days, and I always ended up panicking right before the deadline, which meant I had to stay up very late to finish my homework. All through school, I kept asking myself this question. I procrastinate, just like many people do. Many people think procrastination is about time management. They often believe that time is up against them and they have to outsmart it somehow. But procrastination is not just a matter of how you manage your time. Rather, it's a complex psychological problem with deep roots in our mind. We get distracted. We are too lazy. We don't sure of our abilities to tackle something efficiently. Or we always want to know that every little detail is ready before we start. When the goal is not clear, we also procrastinate. And when a deadline is right upon us, we feel anxious, so we procrastinate by finding a way to do everything else except the project at hand. As a result, when we start, we are already too close to the deadline. But I want to change this. I want to start as early as possible when I set a goal, so that I can have more time to think, to develop, to improve my work, and to have a better end product when the time is up. I started my research by looking at current solutions in the market. I found that there are basically 3 types of solutions to combat procrastination: to-do list apps, project management tools, and mind trainings. Unfortunately, these tools only work well at the start of any process. So, what can we do when we are in the middle of procrastinating? I designed Mo to tackle this question. Mo is an app that helps you accomplish a daily goal by providing ongoing conversations about your work. Let me walk you through it. My friend Jessica wants to read this book, The Power of Habit, for today. She opens Mo on her phone. Every day, Mo encourages you to focus on only one goal. Today, Jessica tells Mo she wants to read the Habit book and set the time from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. After Jessica sets her goal, she starts procrastinating. She wants to have a snack first. But Mo isn't going to let that go too far. Mo checks in with her to know what she has done. Jessica says she had ice cream. But Mo reminds her she has 6 hours left and she has done nothing yet with her goal. Jessica tells Mo she will read the book, but she gets distracted by a video. This time, when Mo checks in with her, Mo tells her that she has only 4 hours left and she hasn't started. If she's going to procrastinate again, Mo will send her a secret alarm tonight. Mo is a tough love coach. It always pushes you to start as early as possible. Jessica gasps. She's not sure if Mo's serious, but of course, she doesn't want to get that alarm at midnight. And she knows there's not much time left, so she closes the laptop and starts reading. Jessica keeps working for an hour. When she gets Mo's notification this time, she tells Mo that she read 1 chapter. And she wants Mo to suggest some next steps for her. Mo suggests that she stress a little bit, since it would be helpful for getting focused later. She stands up and stretches. Jessica feels fresh and relaxed. Then she continues her reading. Unfortunately, reading this book within 1 day is really not that possible for Jessica, so she doesn't finish reading The Power of Habit. Mo knows this as well, so it starts giving her advice. Your goal may be too ambitious. Start with a smaller one or break it down next time. Mo learns her habits, and uses embedding deep learning program to analyze the context and remember conversations, then present relevant feedback to you. For example, Mo might get angry because Jessica had dinner at 7 p.m. instead of working on her goal. But after a few days, Mo knows that having dinner at 7 p.m. is her daily routine, so it won't push her to work at that time. A month later, Jessica can finish more daily tasks as she gets trained by Mo. 3 months later, starting early becomes Jessica's habit, and she feels accomplished, confident, and happy to work on her daily task. Mo, cure your procrastination. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Growing up, this is what I heard every day.
Finish everything on your plate. Don't waste food. Some people don't even get one meal a day.
Most of us heard this, right? But apparently, a lot of us have forgotten about it. My name is Anupma, and today I'll tell you something about myself. I love food, but I waste a lot of it. When I go to the store, I buy everything I like or everything I feel like eating. And then I don't end up finishing it. After a few days or weeks, the unused food goes in the trash. This repeats every other week. And I'm probably not alone. I asked a friend about grocery shopping, and this is what he had to say. I go crazy at Whole Foods and get excited about cooking. Then I spend the whole week at the studio and waste all the food. When we buy food, we have all the intentions of using it. But then life gets in the way. The food gets out of sight and out of mind. As per a recent research by Natural Resource Defense Council, an average American throws about 20 pounds of food every month. Just to give you an idea about how much food that is, it's like throwing away 36 oranges or 2 whole turkeys in trash every month. Multiply this by the entire population and 12 months a year, it's an insane amount of food. Food is the single largest source of waste in the US. And we, the young consumers, cause the largest portion of that waste in our kitchen. Here is an example of what that waste looks like. Most of it is fresh produce and meat that gets shelved in the fridge, gets pushed to the back, is forgotten, and eventually thrown out. The food gets spoiled from not being used in time. This is the #1 cause of food waste in homes, especially in the homes of young consumers like me. And I want to change this. I believe this is something we can change by ourselves. We don't need federal laws or supermarket reforms to drive this change. Just managing what we have in our kitchen more thoughtfully can help us reduce the waste we produce. With that in mind, I designed Eatit. Eatit is an app that tracks groceries you have in your kitchen and nudges you to use it while they're still fresh. Eatit is not another grocery list or meal planning app. Eatit's goal is to help you eat what you buy and buy what you eat. This is what Eatit looks like. It uses minimal interface and the language of color and size to track what you have in your kitchen and how soon it needs to be used so that it doesn't spoil. It also collects recipes from your favorite cooking websites based on what you have in your kitchen and what you need to use soon. And lastly, Eatit helps you learn your own food behaviors so that wasting less food becomes a habit. Let's see this in action now. So a couple of days ago, my friend Carla went grocery shopping. The app tracked her location and found out that she was at Trader Joe's. When she got back home, she received a notification from Eatit prompting her to add everything she bought to the app. To enter all the food into the app, all Carla did was take a picture of grocery receipt. The app scans the items, matches it with its database, and within a few seconds, she has a pre-filled list of everything she just bought. All she does is confirms it. Eatit is intelligent. It only picks perishables from the receipt and breaks down the quantities into average number of servings, which is simpler to track. Also, if you love something, it lets you adjust the number of servings, like Carla just did. Carla has everything added in her app. It shows as tiles here. The color of the tile represents how much time she has to use an ingredient, and the size shows the quantity of each ingredient. As we see here, she has zucchini and mushroom in red today, meaning she should use them as soon as possible, probably today. Orange indicates she has 2 to 3 days. Yellow is for ingredients she should use in 3 to 5 days, and green is for ingredients that can last her a week or so if stored properly. As per the size, she has little bit of mushroom left, but lots of bell peppers. During the week, Carla has been really busy at work. She almost forgot about the groceries until she received this notification. It reminded her of the ingredients in her kitchen that are going bad soon, along with the recipe suggestions to help her use those ingredients. When Carla gets home from work, she decides to cook dinner. She wants to use mushroom and broccoli, but she also has this craving to eat squash. So Carla finds a dish with squash, mushroom, and broccoli. Great. Eatit shows her a few recipes of her favorite cooking sites. She wants to make squash risotto with stuffed mushroom. Once she makes it, she marks the recipe as I made it, and all the ingredients she used for risotto get updated in the app. Eatit is Carla's way to keep track of what she has in the kitchen, what she has finished, and what she has wasted. Every time she goes grocery shopping, she checks her progress to make sure she's buying the right quantities. And lastly, something she loves the most about Eatit. Every once in a while, Eatit reminds her why she's using the app in broader context. Like here, it tells her in the last 6 months, she saved about 10 trash cans worth of food from getting into landfills. This was just Carla. Imagine if each of us here saved even half of what we throw in trash every month. We will not only save an astounding amount of food, but also the resources that go into making it. And Eatit is a step in that direction. It's a way for us to make a difference to our people, to our planet, and to our own pockets. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. Great. Okay, cool. Hi, everybody. All right. So, let's say that you receive a piece of mail that looks a little bit like this from the New York City Board of Elections, and it says, remember to vote on November 3rd, 2015. We're going back in time a little bit here. And on the back of it, it's got the address of your poll site, and that seems really helpful. So what would you do? You'd probably go and vote, right? So this is my friend Emily. I'm going to tell you what she did. Emily, in October of last year, received a piece of mail just like this. And when she got it, she was actually a little bit confused. She hadn't even heard that there was going to be an election coming up. She had no idea what was going to be in the election. She just didn't know anything. So she asked around. I remember she asked a couple of friends, including me, if we knew what we were going to be voting on. Most of us hadn't even heard that there was an election. She spent about 20 to 30 minutes trying to Google it on the internet, but that wasn't really that easy to do because it wasn't a presidential election. As you may have noticed, there's a lot more media attention around presidential elections, but that wasn't the case here. Anyway, Emily ultimately decided to go and vote just to do her civic duty. So she went to the address listed on that piece of mail, and she showed up at her poll site, and the building was closed. She called 311, and they said, yes, today is election day, but your election district doesn't have a ballot. What does that mean? I don't know. In an age where we can do pretty much everything on the internet, from our computers at home or our smartphones in our pockets, it's surprisingly difficult to get election information. And it's not that this information is never available online. Sometimes it is. Most of the time, though, it's not. And on top of that, it can be really hard to know how to find this information. And if you do find it, it can be hard to understand what it even means. So let's take, for example, the most recent presidential primary election here in New York City. So we've got a really great Board of Elections. They always post this information on their website, and it looks like this. And for the most recent presidential election, this is where they posted it. Now, if you're new to voting, or maybe if you're not new to voting, but maybe you're just not familiar with some of the terms, some of the questions you might have as you look at this page might be, what is a contest list? And what is a special election 59, 62, and 65 assembly thing? And if you open one of these PDFs, this is what you'll see. And again, you might have some more questions like, what's a member of the assembly? What is the 65th Assembly District? Am I in that? And what is Clean Up the Mess? Is that a political party? I definitely haven't heard of that one. We can fix this. This language problem isn't a difficult problem, but it is one more barrier that keeps people from the voting booths. In non-presidential elections, 63% of Americans don't vote. That's a lot. And when you look at people my age, which research describes as millennials, 79% of millennials don't vote. And while research calls millennials a number of things, and they depict us as apathetic, selfish, uninterested in politics, a lot of the young people that I spoke to in my research expressed both a desire to be more civically engaged, as well as a feeling of guilt, shame, and helplessness when it came to navigating the voting process. I believe strongly that more people would feel comfortable voting, more people would feel comfortable voting if the language around elections was clear and easier to understand, and that's why I designed NextElection. Okay, so NextElection clarifies the key terms and concepts around an upcoming election, and it does this in a way that is simple, short, and sweet. So to use NextElection, it's really easy. So Emily would simply go to the website on whatever device she's using, whether that's a computer at home or her mobile device, and it's most likely that she's going to be using her mobile device, so this is what it'll look like for her. Now, the first thing you're going to see, or the first thing that Emily is going to see, is the date of the next election up front and clearly stated. Super easy. Of course, she can add it to her calendar so that she doesn't forget. And of course, right underneath, she'll see what type of election this is. Now, this is something that right now she might not be familiar with, but over time, as she uses this website, she'll become more familiar with some of these terms that are commonly thrown around elections. So, she doesn't know what a federal primary is. She can just tap on it, and it'll show her a short, simple explanation. Now let's continue to scroll, and what we're gonna see is that she can type in her address to get the specific information that she'll be voting on. Now this will let her know what she's voting on, but also it'll let her know if there's nothing for her to vote on so she doesn't show up to the poll site. Now, a lot of young people in New York City move around a lot. You're always switching apartments. So Emily's definitely one of these. She's moved a couple of times since the last election, so she's not 100% sure what the address is where she's registered to vote. Not a problem. All she has to do is tap on this text. She's going to enter in her name, her date of birth, and her zip code. And NextElection will just check her registration for her right there, right then, super fast. So now she can see her voter registration details. She can see the address where she's registered to vote. And NextElection has already gone in and it's pulled up the specific ballot for her based on that address. Now, if she wants to see the specific candidates who are running for, let's say, the judge of the civil court, she can just tap on this little down arrow. It'll show up. And she doesn't know what a judge of the civil court is, so she can just tap on this question mark and it'll show her a short explanation. Now let's keep going. There's a couple more things I want to show you guys. So if you continue to scroll down, you'll see that there's a poll site address for your poll site, as well as directions, so you know how long it'll take you to get there and you can plan ahead. And if you keep scrolling, you'll get a snapshot of all of the other upcoming elections this year, so you won't be surprised when they happen. And finally, you can just sign up for email or text reminders. And that way you don't have to remember to come to this site every time there's an election, because you probably won't remember. It'll just text you or email you when this information is here. So, in recap, NextElection breaks down everything you know in order to be informed about an upcoming election, and it's particularly helpful for anyone who's new to the voting process or finds it complicated or daunting. Ultimately, I think that NextElection is going to have a strong impact, not just on voter turnout, but on overall civic engagement by empowering people who are new to the voting process or who find it complicated to learn about it and understand it more quickly and effectively. Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. Congratulations. Amazing work. Really great start to our day here. It's fabulous to see all of your hard work come down to this moment, and all the hard work is done. It's the good part. So I just have a few casual questions for you. And you can answer, whoever wants to answer first. You don't all have to answer, whatever you feel. My first question is, because many of you were working towards efficiency in some sense, and in the sense of optimizing behavior and habits, how, when you were working and in what you finally designed, did you balance efficiency with fun? Did you think it was necessary when doing something that was highly efficient that the user should have fun? Did it need to be enjoyable? Or was it really, did you think that the enjoyment just came from how seamless the process becomes?
I can take that up. Grocery receipts are painful. And the first time I remember when I had made this visualization of how to enter everything and track the use, everybody told me it looked like a financial product. Like, people were like, this is so overwhelming. And it just looked so much was happening over there. Maybe during the process in the evening you can see it. So it was important to sort of simplify it to a level where it's easy to understand. At the same time, the information it conveys what the intent that we had. And that's how I sort of turned to the aspect of color, for example. Color was something which was easily relatable by everybody. The idea of the tiles being longer and shorter to depict the quantity. And the idea of just scanning and the app to to add everything into the app. So you know that was ideally to make it a little more seamless and a little more fun, and not something like you have to really keep a track on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I think for me, it's not only about designing something for people they can use frequently, and also they feel simple to start use it, but also design something with personality that people can be sticky with, so that when they use it, they feel fun. They feel they are really they are interacting with this product, and not in action, but not only in action, but also emotionally. So
Right, in your product specifically, you had to strike a balance between something that was kind of fun and also kind of mean.
yeah,
right?
a little bit, because eventually you should get your things done, not just having fun.
Anything to add? No. So here's my next question. Did any of you discover in the process of working on this, there was some assumptions you made that really surprised you? And if so, how did you deal with it?
So many. I think specifically for elections, and I think this is with anything complicated. Especially as someone who's like not really, I went into this not knowing anything about elections or voting or what a presidential primary was or who was even running or anything like that. I had no like background on this. So I had sort of built in assumptions that I was sort of forced to engage with because, for example, I thought elections were complicated, but I didn't realize they were that complicated. Like I didn't realize that the things that you were going to actually see on your ballot, specifically for you, would be completely different, almost like depending on what street you live on. I just thought it was like, well, like your general neighborhood, like this like Brooklyn, like we're all voting on the similar things. But the level of granularity that it comes down to, and the how many sort of rules and different exceptions there are was surprising and something that I had to navigate. But it was also just like not just like granularity of information, but also that I had assumed that a lot of this data existed, that like there were people in the government who were like, yes, we know what people are going to be voting on. But a lot of this information turns out, I mean, in New York City, it's really great, but outside of New York City, it's really hard to get this. Like in some places, you just have to call like City Hall, or like you call the Board of Elections and they're like, oh yeah, it's on a piece of paper posted in our admin building. And I was like, oh, it's not online. And that's just a very like, young person's assumption that, oh yeah, you can just get anything online, but that's not the case.
For me, I made a couple of big assumptions. One was that you needed a really specific setup for cooking. So originally I thought you needed very particular tools, or you needed like a very well-crafted space. And so I built prototypes that tested those things. And as it turned out, people work in crappy environments all the time. People work with the worst tools, and they still make incredible food. So that's why I turned to recipes. The other assumption I really made that I was surprised about was that I didn't think about the different ways people think about cooking. So one of the things I found in testing was there are two big types of people who cook. One who's more seat of their pants, they just get in the kitchen, they whip something up, and then somebody who's very methodical. So this app is particularly great for that second group of people because they feel like maybe they bake and they're really good at baking, but when they get to cooking, they feel like they have no idea what they're doing. But it's also great for those people who get in the kitchen to whip something up because they can so quickly understand how a recipe works that getting started is no problem.
Anything you'd like to add, either of you?
I had a huge turning point. So earlier during the semester, I had made this prototype about a food sharing community, which kind of worked, and for Eric it worked the most, I think. He would always talk about that. But then what I found out was, like, while I was testing it, the biggest problem people had was if they had extra food, they would even forget to share it. You know, like if you have a neighbor, or if you have in a workplace, if there is a food sharing community, even if you had the extra food, people would just forget about sharing it. When people don't cook, or when they don't engage in kitchen, they don't even think about food. So that was sort of a turning point for me in my project, where I ended up into an idea about helping people, tracking what they have and reminding them to use it. So yeah.
Tingting, did you find that you were surprised at how much you yourself procrastinated while you were working on Mo?
Yeah, I procrastinate a lot. Especially at the beginning of last semester when you said, next week, bring some areas you're interested in. And that week I procrastinate. I should apologize for that. And by the last minute of the class, I was still typing on the blog like what I should focus on. Then I think maybe start with procrastination, because that's a problem I have. And if I can solve that, maybe I can benefit many people. But then I feel regret, because that's a very hard problem. But I think the similar reason for we shouldn't procrastinate, I cannot give it up, because I think it's a very hard problem. And in last semester, I mostly still focusing on to fix the way we manage our time or project, because I assume maybe the current solutions are not that perfect, or the method people are using is not perfect. But after that, in this semester, when I talk with more people, I found it's really not that the way they manage their time, because no matter what method you're using, you can just leave it and procrastinate. So it's not just about the way; it's about how to deal with that when you just don't have that motivation. So, and then I came up with new ideas about building some chatbot and give that thing more real personality and build some natural language inside. And when people are procrastinating, they can have something to engage with.
Right. One of the things that's great about all of your projects really is how you address changing human behavior. Even when a person or a user wants to do something, they often still don't do it. We want to cook more, we want to vote, we want to waste less food. All of us probably want to procrastinate less. So all you were tackling incredibly difficult problems, but the irony is that unlike convincing a user they need some new thing or some new product, they're already convinced. They know they want to do those things. And I think what you all did a great job of is making that process, just taking away the friction points that make it easier, that really enable people to be more efficient and to do these things that they want to do. But that last step is the hardest. All of the desire, motivation is usually there. It's just the last, just like following through. So I think what you really did is help people follow through in a way. So my last question is just for the future, what would you like to see, any of you, if you were to take this project further? Do any of you have ambitions to do more with this? Or whether you do or not, what would you love to see this turn into next? Or the next thing you would like it to do?
I'll start. I'm not sure if this will be the thing that I'll keep on doing, but it feels like the kind of thing I really want to see in the world. So if another cooking website or service can pick the ball up and really think about how people actually work in the kitchen, it'd be really heartening to see people use this idea and go and take it and run?
For me, I think in the future, I will still try something in this area to see if the machine can be smart enough, or if we still need to talk to real person to let that conversation go on.
I think with the amount of people who have told me they want the app, I'm forced to do something about it. So I think the first thing which is on my mind, and also I spoke to my thesis advisor, Ted, about, and you've been telling this, is about the entire idea. I want to prototype the scanning of the receipt and feeding into the app, because that's like one of the missing links that needs to be really addressed strongly. And then I think once that part is done, then it's in a, the rest of the components are still in place. There is a database of the shelf life of each food item. The quantity is something which is there in the app. So I want to build it further and see where it goes.
I hope that, I mean, a lot of people are already working in this space of trying to increase voter turnout or trying to reduce the friction points of the voting process. The government is in this space. A lot of third-party and special interest organizations are in this space. There's a lot of people who are really interested in making voting easier. And I've spoken to a lot of people who work in this space and who do this for a living. And my hope is just, I mean, it would take a lot of resources and a lot of manpower to create all of the content to power something like this, only because you would need to write those like really clear explanations for every single term that ever comes up in an election, and of which there are many. So I think some of the key ideas about breaking down these common but unfamiliar terms to people is something that I can share with people who actually work professionally in this problem space, and that they can learn from. And it's definitely something where, I mean, I'm in touch with a bunch of people, and I'll be sharing my research with them, and hopefully they find it inspiring and they find something in the design that they can take and use.
Fantastic. I'd like to give the four of you as our first group another round of applause. Congratulations. And now let us begin our second group.
This may look like any old beach, but it's one that's special to me. This is Ventnor City Beach. When I'm home, it's a place I like to go to a lot. Even though it's just one town over from Atlantic City, it's really peaceful. There are no concession stands or stores along the boardwalk. It's a beach for the locals. When I'm there, any stress I've been feeling just melts away. And when I leave, I feel refreshed. I live in New York now, and I don't make it to the beach very often, but I still get stressed. I wanted to find a way to deal with the stress proactively and help others disrupt their cycles of stress. If you ask someone how they are doing, they'll often reply, busy. The average American is experiencing stress levels higher than what is considered healthy. And with today's always-on technology, it's harder to get a break from work and from friends and family, which just adds to the stress. What's more is that almost half of the adults reported that they're not doing enough, or they're not sure if they're doing enough to manage their stress. Many people turn on their televisions after a long day, thinking it will be a good way to relax. While they may enjoy it in the short term, researchers have found that it doesn't satisfy people's needs over the long haul. Rather than helping people unwind, television has been linked with stress and unhappiness. What we need is a way to decompress that is restful and rejuvenating so that we can recover from everyday stress and be ready to take on the next day. If we ignore this need, stress can lead to burnout. Hello, I'm Deborah Koo, and this is why I created Recess. Recess helps you make time for yourself, away from digital distractions, giving your mind time and space to refresh. It is a watercolor kit for all skill levels that guides the user through a time of decompression that involves painting, positive reflection, and connecting with others. Each aspect of the experience relieves stress in a different manner and complements each other to make the most of your time and to ensure that you feel renewed afterwards. I'd like to tell you about Mark. He's been feeling run down lately. Work has been stressful, and vegging out in front of the television hasn't been helping. He wants to try something different. He picked up the Recess kit when he was at the bookstore over the weekend, and he thinks tonight would be a great time to use it. He opens the kit, selects a prompt, and is able to start painting right away. Creating the simple watercolor background as the prompt directs helps calm his mind. As he uses the scented paints, he can smell the aroma of lavender in the air. The physical act of painting gives his mind something to focus on, helping him to achieve effortlessly a near meditative state, something that he struggled to do in the past when he tried yoga. As he waits for the card to dry, he moves on to the next part of the activity, which asks him to reflect on something positive that happened that day and write it on the postcard. He ponders for a moment and then remembers the thoughtful text that he received from his dad that morning. The day had been so busy that he had forgotten all about it. Thinking about it now makes him happy, and he writes it down. He wants to share what he created with the Recess community on Instagram. He's seen a few posts from others and found what they shared inspiring. From the abstract watercolor patterns they painted to the things they mentioned bring them joy. He later checks on his post and is happy to see that others liked it. He also decides to mail the postcard to his sister to share the happy moment with her. It's rare to get real mail, and the thought of surprising her makes him smile. A few days later, she receives the postcard, and it brightens up her day to know that he was thinking of her. Mark shared with me that he felt relaxed, happy, and accomplished after using Recess, and that he wanted to do it again soon. It's easy to get started with Recess. A booklet explains how it works and why. In minutes, users are ready to move on to the prompt and start painting. Each kit comes with 10 prompt cards that introduce different watercolor techniques and principles, such as making a gradient, mixing colors, or creating color runs. The focus is on the process of creating simple watercolor patterns, emphasizing the repetitive aspect of painting that has been proven to calm the mind. The simple prompts provide enough direction for anyone to get started. No painting experience required, while the blank cards give people the freedom to make the experience their own. Color runs is one of the prompts included in the kit. The structure of each prompt is the same. The time starts with painting, and then moves on to a moment of positive reflection and an opportunity to share your creation on Instagram or to mail it to a friend or family member. The Recess experience is immersive, designed to engage your sense of touch, sight, and smell. The act of painting, with its soothing, repetitive motion, engages your sense of touch. The physical movement requires just enough concentration to allow your mind to let go of other thoughts without being mentally taxing. The kit includes a curated paint palette with colors known for their calming and mood-brightening properties. When the paint comes into contact with water, the common colors of blue, green, and purple emit the scent of lavender, while the mood-lifting colors of red, orange, and yellow radiate an orange scent. A moment for positive reflection follows the painting time. Having a chance to relive a moment that brought a laugh or a smile to your face gives you a chance to experience those good feelings again, making it easier to maintain a positive outlook on life and lessening the hold that stress can have on your mood. The time closes with an opportunity to brighten someone else's day by sharing your card with them. The beauty of spreading joy and letting others know that you're thinking of them is that it can boost your spirits too. Sharing what you create can help you connect with others and feel closer to them. I validated this hypothesis through my research, asking participants to share their creations online and through the mail. The feedback was positive. One participant shared that she sent this postcard where she had written that she was grateful for family to her brother. He was so touched that he proposed to his girlfriend that same night. I'd like to say that recess played a part in that. So the next time you think about turning on the television, think about watercoloring. Recess helps you unwind and recharge so you can enjoy life more fully. Paint, reflect, connect, and feel happier, calmer, and more balanced. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jessica Halloaran. Books are uniquely portable magic. They have the power to transport us into another world. They enlighten us to new perspectives. They give us hope or make us long for something more. And even after we put a book down for the very last time, we still carry it with us forever. And there are so many books in the world, more than ever, in fact. With the emergence of self-publishing, anyone can be an author. And that's great for a few reasons. Let's take a quick look at how self-publishing stacks up. First of all, it lets us hear voices that who might not otherwise have a platform. For example, a best-selling self-published author is twice as likely to be a woman. And it also democratizes publishing. Self-publishing dominates output. In 2013, self-published authors put out over 150,000 more titles in America than traditional publishing houses. If only we had the time to read them all. There is so much content available to readers today, it makes it really difficult for a writer to stand out amongst the crowd. Self-published authors don't have the backing of a publisher to help them get their work done or to promote their work. And the trouble with doing it all on your own is, well, you're on your own. Self-published authors generally are not working full-time in the writing industry. They have day jobs, they have families to take care of. And many people believe in this pervasive myth that a good writer has to be this brooding alcoholic who locks himself in a cabin in the woods, and that's how he gets his work done. The reality, however, is much different. When I talked with working professional writers, they all told me the same thing. You can't work in a vacuum. They all had help. Every single one had formed a small group of trusted friends, family, and mentors who they would show their work to for feedback, what's known in the industry as a writing circle. A writing circle allows an author to put their work out in front of people for peer critique well before they send it to an official editor. So if you want to grow as a writer, you're going to need people like these who will help you along the way. But first, you're going to need to find the right people. And for a first-time writer, this can be an incredibly daunting task. If you're not from a big city like New York, you might not even have a writing community to tap into. So what if we could bring those writers together, no matter where they lived? I'd like to introduce Collective. Collective is a digital platform that brings aspiring writers together no matter where they are, in order to help each other improve their work. And they do this by reaching out to a vast community of fellow authors, providing each other with critique, guidance, and encouragement. Let me show you how this would work. Let's start with writing. First and foremost, Collective is a platform where writers can do their work. From the first draft all the way through the final pass, Collective is a hub for all your writing needs. But what would a writer be without an editor? Now you can select as much or little of the area of your piece that you'd like reviewed. So Logan here has already formed part of his writing circle, and he could ask one person in particular. He could send his work out to the entire group. Or maybe he wants a fresh perspective, so he decides to look for somebody new. And in his search for an editor, Logan can set parameters based on his needs at that time. For instance, he's only editing the first paragraph, so he can select a line editor. And on Collective, you earn points in the system by editing other people's work. So Logan has already previously earned at least 100 points, and he can now spend those to gain access to more experienced editors on the site. Add a few keywords in, and you're ready to go. Collective will generate a list of editors for Logan to choose from. He can deep dive into their profiles, and now he can see that Brenda has experience editing and has earned a reputation for good skills. In addition, he can see that she's written a few pieces, and even one has been published. He's confident in Brenda's abilities and decides to request her help. Sometime later, Logan sees he has some suggestions to improve his piece. Logan and Brenda can even have a dialogue over these changes in case anything is unclear. Let's zoom in a little bit. In Collective, all changes are approved automatically unless the owner of the piece denies the edit. This gives the writer line-by-line version control. And just in case he changes his mind, he can always roll it forward again. And if Logan thinks Brenda did a particularly good job, he can even invite her into his writing circle. Your writing circle is a tailored group of Collective members that you trust to do a good job critiquing your work, and in turn, they trust you too. You'll be kept up to date on their work as it progresses, and vice versa. And finally, let's talk about reading. After all, that's what books are for. Logan has now gone through several rounds of revision, as you can see by the colored lines on the left, and he's confident that his piece is ready for publication. So he submits his piece to random members of Collective for review. Now this can go one of two ways. First, it might be sent back for revision. In this case, his piece hasn't passed the ratings threshold, and it's not quite ready for publication just yet. But Logan can use the feedback from his peers to understand where he might improve and adjust his piece going forward. Or his piece might pass the ratings threshold, in which case his story will be published to the public body of work. By concentrating all of this great work in one area, Collective becomes a space in a community that fosters and cultivates the highest caliber self-published authors. And because Collective maintains a high standard for distinguished work, the public knows this is the place to go to discover and read the best self-published content. Now, no matter where you are or who you are, everyone can benefit from Collective. We can all write better together. Thank you.
Three years ago, over 1,000 garment industry laborers died, and about 2,500 were injured from several building collapse in Bangladesh. Safety regulations for those laborers were neglected. They were forced to work in these conditions, overworked, and earn less than minimum wage. A lot of laborers from production stages get treated poorly, and we need to find to end this modern slavery, which can cause severe injuries and even death. Fortunately, there are people who are trying to solve this problem. According to research, a combined 43% of Americans said labor conditions of where their clothes were manufactured was very important and extremely important, while only a quarter said it's slightly to not at all important. Consumers want to know about labor conditions. This is how ethical consumers get the information currently. There are several online platforms sharing information about labor conditions. However, this text-heavy information can be confusing and time-consuming. And more importantly, it's easily forgettable when they actually get to buy clothes in the store. And these difficulties discourage people from caring about labor conditions. This is why I created SeeThru. SeeThru is an in-store interactive mirror that reveals ethical information about labor conditions in garment industry. It educates people and helps them make more responsible choices while they shop in the store. Mirror is something that we can easily see in the clothing stores. And because of this, SeeThru uses mirror as its natural medium. SeeThru is a smart mirror that has built-in scanner, camera, and motion sensor inside. Consumers simply scan the barcode that's on clothing tag and access information on the mirror surface. Let's take a look at how SeeThru works. For consumers, it's difficult to do all the research by themselves just for a t-shirt. With SeeThru, you don't need to go online to do research. Simply get clothes you like and check yourself out as you normally do with the mirror while you shop in the store. SeeThru's proximity sensor will sense you are near the mirror, and it'll show welcoming message as well as scanning illustration. SeeThru's built-in scanner allows you to scan the barcode and access information. Once it's scanned, it reveals information about the cloth, including brand name, price, as well as overall grade of labor conditions. The grade is averaged from reports by different laborers who are in different production stage. To get more details, simply tap on each worker and it'll show how the grade is made. With SeeThru, you can compare as much clothes as you want by simply scanning more clothes to add more. SeeThru's visual consistency helps compare clothes much easier. To see the mirror, simply use your hand gesture, swipe to the left, and it'll hide all the information and it'll show the mirror mode. To bring it back, again, use your hand gesture, swipe to the right. You can also delete the information by tapping and swiping to the top. At the end, you can compare clothes and choose what you want. So now I'm gonna talk more details about SeeThru. The transition of the image naturally drags consumers' attention to information. SeeThru uses an easy letter grading system, and the real photo of the workers provides empathy and brings more strong connection between users and the laborers. To get more detail of the worker, consumers will see the type of production stage and worker's name and their role, the location of the factory, as well as the list of questions that the worker get asked by labor organization. For those who want to know the difference and make ethical choices, SeeThru allows them scan more to compare clothes. And not just this. You can also use SeeThru on your phone as well. Simply scan the barcode with your phone and it'll show all the information that's needed. And because of the fact that SeeThru uses barcode that's already generated in garment industry, its possibility is endless. We can track different production stage, meaning we can consider many different types of sustainability regarding environmentally friendly or even cruelty-free products. SeeThru, Fit's department stores have multiple branding care about sustainability. The more consumers get educated and demand transparent information, the more big and small companies will follow, and eventually it'll become a new norm. With SeeThru, I want consumers to have more sustainable options when they buy clothes and make their own responsible choices and support the right companies. It's a small step now, but I hope and believe we can increase awareness. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Sleep is something we all do and we all need. I want you to think about how well you slept last night. Hi, my name is Emily, and if you were like me or him, you had a little bit of trouble. Most nights, my mind seems to be racing with countless thoughts. Last night, it was because I was too nervous and anxious about today, like right now. I would toss and turn in bed, trying to find a comfortable position, but nothing seems to work. Trying to get my mind to fall asleep seems like a grueling job. But I knew I wasn't the only one. According to the National Sleep Foundation, 60% of adults in America have sleep problems a few times or more a week. And nearly 9 million US adults have prescribed sleep aids in order to fall asleep. During the day, we actively feed our brain with heaps of information. Sleep is an active period in which a lot of important processing, restoration, and strengthening occurs. When we sleep, our brain plays the part of a mental janitor, clearing out all the junk that it has accumulated as a result of our daily thinking. Our brain processes the information we gain throughout the day and filters out the information we don't need. Once our sleep is disturbed, this cleaning system fails. Most of us have the experience of lying in bed late at night, unable to sleep, as thoughts invade our mind. Stress is an extremely common factor in preventing us from falling asleep. It causes hyperarousal, which can upset the balance between sleep and wakefulness. But the connection between sleep and stress is a two-way street. Just as surely as stress interrupts sleep, the lack of sleep can be an uncomfortably large source of stress. Another common source of the problem is the fact that we're always digitally connected. We fail to shut ourselves down from the use of technology when we're about to relax. The usage of these devices that emit blue light inhibits our brain in producing a hormone called melatonin. This hormone reduces alertness and makes us sleep. With a decreased amount of melatonin being produced, our brains will assume that it is not the time to go to sleep. Lastly, it is hard for us to consistently go to bed at the same time. We lose track of what we're doing, whether it's catching up with work or watching that one more episode of Grey's Anatomy. When our brains fail to calculate our sleeping patterns, it disrupts the times it takes for us to fall asleep. The inconsistent sleeping patterns, the stress, and the technology we use every day up until we close our eyes affect how fast and well we sleep. I wanted to design a solution that can tackle all of this. Something that would establish a soothing wind-down routine. Replace your device as the last activity before sleep, combining relaxation techniques that soothes your mind and body. Meet Owl. Owl is a companion that helps you by creating a relaxation routine that calms your mind before you sleep. Owl has a calm alarm that tells you when it's time to get ready for bed. Having a consistent bedtime every night conditions your mind to feel tired. Once you have established a consistent routine, your body's biological clock would learn your patterns, and your mind would in turn start getting ready to sleep. Owl's pattern tracing activity guides your fingers to trace a pattern again and again. This type of repetitive movement helps to relax the body and rid the mind of anxious thoughts. A few studies have shown that focusing on the repetitive movements quiets your mind and enables you to experience the present moment instead of focusing on the past or the future. This concentrating on something but nothing leads to relaxation, and as we relax, we begin to unwind. The physical tension in our body dissipates. Owl's last activity is a breathing exercise, guided by a soft, warm glow. As the glow gets brighter, you inhale through your nose to a mental count of 4. The glow then pauses, telling you to hold your breath for 7 seconds, and then exhaling in 8 seconds as the glow fades. Studies show that this 4-7-8 breathing exercise helps the physical body to relax. This method is said to calm you by increasing the amount of oxygen in your bloodstream, slowing down your heart rate, and releasing more carbon dioxide from the lungs. The journey with Owl starts off with a simple setup on the web. You'll be greeted by a series of cards to tell you more about Owl, its calm alarm, its pattern tracing activity, and its breathing exercise. And once you're ready, simply click on Set Up My Owl to set up your desired sleep time, and choosing your preferred sound that turns on as you are guided through the relaxation activities, transforming the room into a tranquil environment. Now let's take a look at how Owl is being used every night. Sleep is important. My goal for Owl is to be able to help those who can't seem to wind down like me, setting them up with a routine that shuts their mind down naturally, and eventually having a population that has no more problems with sleep. By creating a moment of relaxation before we close our eyes with Owl. Thank you.
Wonderful work. Thank you so much, and congratulations. So I wonder if any of you would like to tell us, the audience, what your personal motivation was for starting this project. What made you want to do it? Is there something that happened to you? Did you identify personally with it? What motivated you?
Yeah, I can start answering that. It's funny because I started this project because I got inspired by garbage. Whenever I walk around New York City street, I see a lot of garbage, including textile waste. And I was wondering why there's a lot of textile waste, and I see people over-purchase because the clothes are just too cheap. And they think is this disposable, which is not true. So I started with recycling solutions, but then I moved to, we have to find a way to adjust our consuming habit and, shop more smart way. And I did more research and I found out a lot of laborers had a problem in garment industry. And because they overworked and earned less than minimum wage, the clothes is just too cheap. And I think finding the justice and, for human rights and find the right price to, so that people can buy more carefully and waste less their clothes. So that's how I got inspired and started my...
You loved fashion from a young age. Did you have any awareness as a younger person about these issues?
Yeah, I have my background in fashion design. And whenever I do my project, I always come back to my fashion industry. And this time I had a more different aspect. As I was younger, I didn't care about ethical information. And a lot of people don't really do it now. But the more I grown and I look at the way I look at the clothes is different now. I care about people and world, and because we are all living in this beautiful world. I just wanted to change the world a little bit by this small project. So thank you.
I was interested in designing for the senses, and I started out with the sense of smell, and I did a couple of explorations with that, and eventually it led me to designing a watercolor experience using smell and touch and sight, and wrapping them together to help deal with stress.
Well, for me, I'm not a writer, but I do read a lot of books, and I kept coming across books, usually by first-time authors, that were good. They had all this potential, but there was something missing. It wasn't great, and I was really wondering what was the difference between a good writer and a great writer, and I wanted to figure that out.
And you thought that it wasn't just talent. Sometimes they just needed more people looking at their work, critiquing, revising.
Yeah, I'd come across a lot of communities online that would either take a work that already existed and kind of make their own mark on it, try and improve it in their own way. A lot of times you could see how just having a lot of different eyes on one piece could drastically improve it. And I know there's editors in the publishing industry, but I wanted to know how many and how often and how can we reach people who don't have that kind of access.
It's funny because I started my first project in first semester on sleep, and now my last project is sleep. I come from a psychology background, so a lot of kind of behavior problems are very interesting to me. This in particular because I do have sleeping problems, and at first I really just wanted to design this for something for myself. So that I can fall asleep faster, really. And I know that this is a really common problem for a lot of people out there. And just my thoughts racing before people go to sleep, and something for them to wind down and get them away from kind of their phone is pretty much the goal for OWL.
This is a question for all of you, and it specifically follows your comment. Did any of you user test your own design on yourself? And if so, what surprised you? What did you learn from testing it on yourself? Or if you didn't test it on yourself, what surprised you observing other people test it?
I guess I'll start. I did, and it's really hard to get away from our phones before we sleep. During the day, I'm just too busy to check anything, and at night, it just feels like the right time to pick up your phone and check all the Facebook updates, the Twitter updates, the news that's going on the whole day. And just to put that down and do something else was really hard. And I think that should be something that should change among everyone's behaviors, because you can't look at a screen before you go to sleep. It's just going to affect the way you sleep.
Yeah, I also did user testing. I got surprised by observing people using mirror, interactive mirror especially. First time when I designed my project, I put a lot of features, possible features like taking photos and, knowing care guide. But then the way I see people using the mirror, because the mirror is not computer or mobile phone, it's mirror, and we have the natural behavior mirror, looking at mirror as mirror it is. So I had to get rid of a lot of information that's not primary feature. And that's why I put the function, you use your hand gesture and show the mirror mode. You don't need all the information when you want to look yourself. Yeah, and the reason why I use the hand gesture recognition is because I have to consider this is mirror. You don't want to leave all the greasy fingerprints on the mirror, so that's another observation. Yeah, I think I improved a lot from user testing.
So you were surprised that people wanted less information at first while you were designing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's sometimes a hard thing to do when you design something completely and it has an incredibly rich set of information and functionality, and then you have to kill your darling, so to speak. You have to take things away to get down to the essence of it. Right. How about for you, Jess?
Well, I didn't test on myself because, like I said, I'm not a writer, but I tried to put it in front of professional writers and professional editors and kind of get their feedback on it. And I think the first half of the year, I was really focused on making a nicer Google Doc. And then someone was like, you're not going to compete with Google. Find a better, different approach. And that's how the whole writing community came across. And I think that was the best advice I got all year.
So I user tested with other people as well as with myself, and I had mentioned that I had gone through a couple of different explorations with smell, and before I moved into watercolor, I actually tested watercolor on myself because I actually hadn't watercolored in many years before this project, and I found that it was really helpful and relaxing and stress relieving, so I decided to move further in this direction. And then later on in the process, I also tried the experience on myself, and that was really helpful because it would seem like it's easy or not that difficult to create directions and to explain how to do a specific watercolor technique or principle, but it's amazingly hard when you do that. So I, on purpose, tried to make the directions as clear as possible, but also give people room to experiment, because one of the aspects of the experience is to make sure that it's not restrictive and that you feel freedom, but you have enough to get started. So it was really helpful to test on myself in addition to other people.
I know I tested your product myself, and one thing I was surprised at was how engaging even the simple prompts were. I thought, A, I haven't watercolored since I was 6 years old, and B, if I'm just making lines, is that going to really occupy my mind enough to relax me? But I was very surprised at how immediately you get immersed in it. You become almost childlike in a very relaxing way. So my last question is about how some of you are connecting people to other people, and some of you are connecting people to themselves in a certain sense. How did you each choose to use technology in what you designed, and when did you decide that it was getting in the way? I mean, Debbie, for you, I think it's most obvious because you decided to take technology almost completely out of it, right?
Yeah, technology is part of it, but I I did want to help people to unplug since we're connected most of the time. I mean, for me specifically, I use my phone as an alarm. So I wake up with my phone in my hand and I go to bed setting my alarm. So my phone's also in my hand at that point. So I wanted to help people to have some time to unplug and to just basically be able to recharge. But I also include technology in the experience because I know that it's very much a part of our lives. And it's also a way to be able to connect with other people who have who are like-minded and have similar priorities. So that there is that aspect where you can share on Instagram and have other people see your work and be inspired by them. So it's still a part of it, but it's not the primary aspect.
Right.
I think when I kind of decided that this experience was going to be for aspiring writers and realizing that they didn't necessarily live near writing communities. This was for the person who lived in like Homer, Alaska or somewhere in Nebraska that just was all on their own. That's how the writing circle online kind of came to be. Because the writing circles happen naturally in the real world, in person, but there's no particular community online that has that ability to bring people together. So it was really important to do it that way.
So the question is how and when you know which technology you're going to use?
Not which technology, but when might it get in the way? In a similar way, like for you, for example, information is really important, but at a certain point, too much information got in the way.
Right. I see some users, they want to see more features because, it's fun to interact. They want to navigate more, but then I have to reduce that because it's the medium that teaches you and, move along, not just, spend a long time standing in front of the mirror because I have to take care of other customers as well. So that I have to reduce, having less navigation. Otherwise, I think I have a minimum viable technology within my project, and I'm pretty satisfied. Thanks.
I think the only technology in my object is light and activating the sound that's supposed to relax you. I really wanted to get people off their phones, so by replacing something that can fit in the palm of your hand and you could kind of use same gestures as the phone, repeating, tracing your finger through this object. So it really just, I took all the technology out from it, and I had a struggle whether or not to use your phone as a notification, as the bedtime alarm, and I chose not to do that too, because you just don't want people on their phones at all. So a notification will just kind of distract them and make them go on their phones again.
Right, and even though there might be technology embedded in the object, removing it from the surface is often as effective. So there can still be things hidden inside. Another way of removing technology is not just not using it, but also in your object, all of that is hidden. There's no screen. It's just light, and the LEDs are hidden, the circuitry is hidden, the sensing mechanism is all hidden. So wonderful work. Again, I would like to give all four of you a round of applause. Congratulations. And we now have a lunch break. There's a food truck outside, which all of you can partake of with some ticket system that they will explain to you in the front. And we're going to resume again at 1:30 sharp. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you for the second half soon. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the second half of the 2016 MFA Interaction Design Thesis Festival. I know some of you are still trickling in from lunch outside. In case you missed the first half, we are doing 4 themed groups. There's 2 more today with 4 students each. The themes for our 3rd and 4th group that you're about to see are Empower and Engage, and there's 4 students in each group. Each one of those students will be presenting their thesis project in highly compressed 7 minutes. And then we have a short discussion after each group. And following both groups presenting, all of you are invited back to a reception at Interaction Design, our department and studio, where you can learn more about the projects and ask more questions of the students. So I would like to start our 3rd group off, which is themed Empower. And I'd like to bring up to the stage Datrianna to kick us off for the second half.
I love podcasts. I listen to them every day. And for me, podcasts are more than just audio. They take me out of my own life and allow me to learn about new people and new ideas. That's good. For me, podcasts are stories. Stories that aren't typically amplified within traditional media, but are equally deserving of being shared. Now, stories are the foundation of how we communicate. They bring us together and allow us to share experiences, broaden our perspectives, and create empathy within us, just like podcasts. You would imagine that podcasts would be easier to find because of how much people love stories, but that's not quite the case. So why are they so hard to find? Well, with other forms of media like TV, movies, and music, finding new things to watch or listen to has been made easy by products like Hulu, Netflix, and Spotify. But unfortunately, this advancement hasn't reached the podcast world. As a matter of fact, searching for a new podcast can be overwhelming. You can use one of the few curation tools out there, but you're likely to find the same shows highlighted over and over, usually as a result of bureaucracy. Or you can search on your own, which will likely be a trial and error experience where you spend time finding and listening to new shows to discover 10 to 15 minutes later that you don't even like the show. So you're probably wondering how I know this. Well, I've become regarded as somewhat of a podcast queen within my group of friends. They're always asking me what to listen to. They ask me via text message, email, and even on Slack. Seriously, I cannot escape their requests for recommendations. And at this point, I've run out of things to recommend. So I started to wonder, how could I help them find new podcasts to listen to? So I started by looking at some apps and quickly learned that they focus mostly on the player or sharing, overlooking many of the other things we can do, like make recommendations, interact with our friends, discuss, or create playlists. And after this, I decided I should talk to some podcast listeners and find out what they would expect from a great listening experience. And here's what they said. So they want to connect over podcasts and have their friends be a part of the experience. As with any great story, once you hear it, you have to share it with someone. They also want a pulse of their friends' listening activity. They said they don't know what their friends have listened to without asking them, and this lack of information keeps them from chatting about the shows they're listening to because they don't want to be the friend who spoils it for someone else. And lastly, listeners express that sometimes they want something to listen to, but aren't exactly sure what they want to hear. Having an easy way to get recommendations helps them spend less time searching for something to listen to and more time listening. With these things in mind, I created Earshot. Earshot is a mobile app that helps people find podcasts that resonate with them. Not only does it learn what you like and recommend new podcasts based on your preferences, but it also allows you to see what your friends are listening to and share with them. So now I'll get into the key features of Earshot. Now, the best recommendations are from people we trust. We want to know what our favorite people are listening to, what they thought of the episode, and be confident that we aren't going to spoil it for them. For these reasons, Earshot gives you a friends playlist, which is what your friends are currently listening to, stuff they listened to previously, and how they rated those episodes. Earshot also provides a For You playlist, which provides personalized recommendations. So the For You playlist is a list of podcast episodes that Earshot recommends based on your listening habits and ratings. If you're new to podcasts, don't worry. The playlist will rely more heavily on your friends' activities, but the more you rate and listen to shows, the more personal the recommendations will be. So here's an example of how this works. These are 6 podcast episodes I've listened to recently. And my friend Britt has listened to these 6. So the way this works in Earshot is, the shows we have in common, as you see here, are removed. And Earshot looks at the shows I listen to that Britt doesn't, and the shows Britt listens to that I don't. Then Earshot will recommend her shows to me and mine to her. And these are the recommendations we'll see in our For You playlist. So when you discover a great podcast, as I mentioned before, you want to share it with someone. In Earshot, you have 2 sharing options: shouting and messaging. Shouting helps you tell your friend, hey, you should check out this podcast or you're going to be missing out. And messaging, on the other hand, lets you start a chat with a friend, and you can quickly message a friend from the player, and it's just like sending a text. We all have different preferences, and consequently, we won't like every podcast we hear. And that's okay. When you finish an episode, you'll be prompted to rate it. The episode rating will influence your For You playlist so that you see more episodes like it if you enjoyed it, and less if you didn't. Your friends will also see your ratings in their friends feed, so they'll know what you thought of the episode and whether or not they should spend their time checking it out. So when I talk to podcast listeners, they mention that sometimes they want something to listen to, but aren't really sure what they're in the mood for. And Earshot's mood playlist can help with this. The mood playlist allows you to select a topic and a mood, and will curate a playlist based on what you enter. So let's say that after hearing all of these great talks today, you all want to know more about design. You'd select design as the topic and learn something new as your mood. And after that, you'll have a playlist of podcasts that can help you get designing in no time. So with the mood playlist, you pick a topic from a list of categories that podcasts are often bucketed into, like art, mindfulness, news, or true crime. And after you select the topic, you select a mood, which is an Earshot curated category like learn something new, make me laugh, fix my life, or tearjerker, categories that leave you with a particular feeling or some new knowledge. These moods are created by the Earshot curation team, a fun bunch who range from self-proclaimed podcast lovers like myself to podcast producers and hosts. The Earshot curation team makes sure your mood experience feels human. I started this process wondering how I could make podcasts easier to discover, and I've created a solution with Earshot. Earshot helps you discover new podcasts, but it's not just about discovery. Earshot removes the bureaucracy from recommendations and levels the playing field for all podcasts, regardless of whether they're created by a large network or a one-person team with a dream. Earshot allows listeners to offload the work of discovering new stories, focus on listening to podcasts they love, and share that experience with the people who matter most. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carrie. And I want to talk about the environment. And I know what you all might be thinking. Where's this girl's Greenpeace vest? Where's her clipboard? But actually, I promise you that this is going to be pretty painless. Because generally, I think we all care about the environment. You probably turned off your water while you brush your teeth this morning. And you probably recycle your bottles and cans, even if it just takes a little more effort. But today, I want to ask you about your food. Have you ever thought about the meat that you eat? Personally, I really love meat. I love chicken wings, I love stewed pork, but last year, I learned that all this deliciousness comes at a price. So I learned that it takes a lot of land and a lot of water and a lot of feed, and it also contributes to half of our total global greenhouse emissions. And on top of that, it costs a lot of money to mitigate or reduce this damage. So when I saw this, I felt kind of dumb. I considered myself pretty educated, pretty eco-conscious, but then I found out that actually most people don't get this link between meat consumption and climate change, which is actually pretty tragic because if everyone in the world knew about this and started eating less meat, well, we could cut the cost of climate change in half. So why don't more people know about this? Well, the meat industry is a powerful political force in the US, and they've actually influenced our dietary guidelines for a few decades. But also, it's just kind of hard to talk about. It's especially hard when these kind of organizations are the only people that are doing the work to educate the public. For me, I've often felt pushed and disengaged rather than informed and enlightened. So I wondered, how might we educate people like myself to understand the environmental impact of our diets in a way that's approachable, more easy to understand, and maybe just a little more fun? For this reason, I've developed Meatless. It's a fun campaign that aims to educate people about the environmental impacts of their meat consumption and empower them to willfully eat less of it. The campaign uses digital tools, including an informative website and a supportive text messaging service. Meatless, just to be clear, get it out of the way, it's not aiming for veganism or vegetarianism. We're aiming for an authentic, honest dialogue about our food and the environmental impact of our diets. And I focused on college students. When I was in college, it was the first time that I could vote, the first time that I opened my own bank account, and the first time that I wanted to be a vegetarian. But I quickly failed because I didn't really know why I was doing it, other than it was just a trend. But with Meatless, I hope to provide students with meaningful information and guide them towards making more thoughtful decisions about their diet. So I've organized the system into 4 different parts: see, learn, commit, and act. See and learn is to help educate people and motivate them to get started. Just get that first foot through the door. And the goal of commit and act is to keep them engaged and help them stick to that goal of eating less meat. So how might someone experience this? Well, the journey might begin on the subway or online. I've designed ads with copy like, "Did you know that your dinner can improve the world?" These ads are meant to spark curiosity and ignite action, and they lead to a mobile-friendly website. This website provides bite-sized facts that reveal the impact of just one meat-based meal. And I specifically use one meal to demonstrate how each person has the potential to make a meaningful difference. And at the bottom, there's a sign up. Most people know about Meatless Mondays, which is like a small commitment of going meatless just once a week. But Meatless asks users to actively commit by signing up for text message reminders. You just enter your basic information, and then at the end of the form, you'll also have this option for choosing challenges or check-ins. And they're meant to give you that extra nudge in case you want it. So you can just submit the form, and on your Meatless morning, you'll start receiving reminders, and they might look like this, or after a while look like this. They're designed to be playful and encouraging. If you opted for more support, you'll receive challenges like cooking tofu, but Meatless doesn't just leave you there. We want to support you. If you don't know how to cook tofu, it directs you to a list of recipes that show you how to cook it. It helps you navigate down that path towards gradually changing your diet. And challenges will start easy, but then over time get more challenging and more difficult. So say you completed that challenge of cooking tofu for the very first time. At the end of the day, you'll receive a check-in, which asks you if you've completed the challenge. And if you did complete it, it reinforces this good behavior with rewards to maybe nearby vegetarian restaurants, or maybe other small similar prizes. And these prizes are designed to encourage and fuel further transformation. If you didn't complete it, it simply responds with a similar encouraging message. It doesn't discourage or send you negative feedback because I want people to come back, even if maybe they've slipped a day or two. So these tools are just the beginning. This project is part of a larger challenge. Unfortunately, there's a huge lack of public education around this issue, but if we can craft the conversation to include the future of the planet and our health, then maybe we can start to create a goal that more people can get behind. So starting today, or maybe even starting tomorrow, if you can, please try and eating less meat. Thanks.
Thank you all for coming today. For those of you who are in New York for the first time, I know it might feel like a big, complex city, and that's not untrue, but I would argue that it actually has a lot in common with a small town. And hear me out. You know, we've got the little small town hardware stores, we've got the old-timey apothecaries, we've even got the five and dimes, and of course we've got the corner grocers, or bodegas. But I guess there's kind of a difference as I look at this list between New York and a small town, which is that we've got places like this on every corner. And that's kind of an interesting paradox. You know, we've got the chaos and the sheer scale of New York, but it's all made up of these tiny independent components. And it's this paradox that makes New York such an amazing place. You know, Jane Jacobs, the celebrated urban activist who is the patron saint of my thesis, described this arrangement as a kind of fragile ecosystem, you know, kept in balance by small stores like this and all the diverse array of shoppers that frequent these stores, the local residents that these stores support. It's this ecosystem that makes New York so great. But you know, there's just one problem with this rosy scene. Well, Jane Jacobs was writing 50 years ago, but you know, looking at New York now, this ecosystem is kind of no longer in balance. In fact, every store on the screen here is closed just within the past couple of years. Now, don't get me wrong, change is a good thing. It's healthy, it's part of the life cycle of the city. But you know, these days it feels like we're seeing more of the death of old New York and not enough of the rebirth. You know, when these small businesses close, it isn't really other small businesses that take their place a lot of the time. It's usually the more anonymous, larger chain stores, or frequently, just empty storefronts. So you know, that's kind of a bleak picture, but there is some good news, which is that as consumers, we do get a bit of a vote. We can't change everything, but we at least get to decide where we spend our shopping dollars. And yet, when we go shopping these days, we typically don't spend as much of our money at these lovely neighborhood stores anymore. Instead, we're spending more and more of it online, shopping even for, you know, basic everyday things. So why is that? Everybody loves small businesses. Well, why don't we shop there anymore? Well, you know, I asked this question to a lot of shoppers over the past year, and here are some of the reasons they gave me for shopping online. I wasn't sure where I could find the thing I was looking for. Didn't know of a place that had it in stock. Went looking for it, nobody had it, and on and on. You know, the results that I got were remarkably consistent. And it really comes down to convenience, as well as that feeling of confidence that when you're looking for something specific, you'll be able to find it. And the more I thought about this, the more I realized that it's kind of a universal problem. For all of the great small businesses that we've got in this city, it can be a wild goose chase when you're trying to find something specific. There just isn't one central place to search for whatever you're looking for, unless you go online. Well, that's about to change. I'd love to tell you about Nearbuy. So Nearbuy is a mobile shopping app, but it's not like other shopping apps. You see, it takes the best things about e-commerce, like being able to find exactly what you want, and it brings these things to the experience of shopping locally by showing you where you can find the things you're looking for in your neighborhood. In this sense, it's a lot more convenient than hoping you're at home whenever the UPS guy comes. And It's certainly more convenient than running around to 6 different stores hoping one of them has whatever you're looking for. So like any good shopping app, Nearbuy helps you get the things you're looking for, but as a bonus, you get to play your small little part keeping the best things about New York open. So let me show you how it works. The first thing to note about Nearbuy is that it's really all about search. You know, you're on the go, you know what you want. Nearbuy just makes it easy to find it. So what are some of the things that you can search for with Nearbuy? Well, the sky, or maybe the Holland Tunnel, is the limit. See, Nearbuy searches across all of your local stores. Makes it really easy to see all of the options. And it does this by leveraging information that already exists. You know, the systems that these stores already use to keep track of the things they sell. Nearbuy makes this information available to you when you're outside the store. So with that, your searches can be exactly as specific as you need them to be. Now, I could give you some simple examples of everyday things you can search for, but the best way to understand the power of Nearbuy is to see it working with some edge cases. You know, as New Yorkers, we're nothing if not extremely picky. So I'll give you an example. Let's say your girlfriend's mom is flying in to see you both graduate tomorrow, and this is a hypothetical Shara. You know, she's been talking about this one brand of non-stick cookware that she's into, so that might make a nice last-minute gift. So we can use Nearbuy and see if we can find it locally. So we'll search for it, and then we'll see a lot of options pop up in the list here. These are from the inventories of local home goods and kitchen supply stores, stores you might have never heard of before. But all of these items available right now. So we're going to take a look at this. This pan here looks pretty good. So what you'll see is that the nearest store that has it appears right on the map along with the number of pans it's got in stock. It even gives you walking directions so you can get right there and pick it up. And of course, if you want to learn more about a store, you can just tap that information icon and it'll send you directly to Yelp, where you can take a look at some reviews, learn everything that you might want to know about the store. You know, I'm particularly fond of this review because Elaine M. here could have written my entire presentation for me. She talks about all of the great customer support, the range of products, all of the great things available in her backyard. So, you know, with Nearbuy, the entire city is searchable. You know, we were looking in Brooklyn before, but we're in Chelsea now, so we can just pan there on the map and find some options here. So we can go to Whisk and even get color-coded subway directions, get right there on the F train. So it's really as simple as that, no matter what you're looking for. But I'll give you a couple more examples. You know, Nearbuy can help you find hardware stores. So if you need that one little wrench to put together that couch you just brought home from IKEA, Nearbuy can help you do that. Or it can help you find local pharmacies that sell that specific brand of hypoallergenic skincare product that you're looking for. It can help you find just about everything. Unfortunately, the only thing it can't help you find really are tickets to Hamilton. So, putting it all together, Nearbuy gives shoppers access to the world's largest inventory, which is the city all around us. So with that, you can get anything your heart dreams of, really across any category of retail good. It's all there. But the best part is, you get to play an active role supporting local businesses and participating in your community. So it's a win-win. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to take you back to a time in the past, specifically math class. Think back to the time you first saw something like this on the board. You're probably wondering, what are these lines? What are these dots? And how does this all tell you how many people are in a store? Well, math is inherently a very visual subject. So oftentimes, graphs and diagrams will accompany complex topics to help us better understand what the teacher is teaching. But what if this is how you saw things? Or What if this was your everyday life? Curriculum in schools is not designed to include those with visual disabilities, and so it makes it really challenging for students who want to study science, tech, engineering, and math subjects, or what schools call STEM. Yet, millions of children are visually impaired, and that's too big of a number to not do anything about. Hi, I'm Karen, and I'm here to talk about a way to open doors of opportunity for visually impaired students so they can pursue a career in STEM just like everyone else. Currently, the standard is to provide students with these tactile, embossed graphics. But the issue is, more often than not, schools fail to provide these because it takes time to prepare. And so teachers for visually impaired students will help these students access graphs and diagrams by turning it into something that's tactile and something that looks like this. So these are some of the materials that can help a teacher make a tactile graph, and it looks a lot more like an art project. It takes a teacher a lot of time to put a graph, or 5 or 10 of these together, before a math lesson. And I spoke to a teacher for visually impaired students, and she said, you know, this is really time consuming, but it's really the best solution out there right now. There's another way, and it's to listen to graphs being described to you. And I want you to experience this with me. So just close your eyes for just a moment and try to visualize what the screen reader is reading.
The line graph below shows people in a store at various times of the day. The figure is entitled People in a Store, 10 a.m. through 6 p.m. by number of people. There is one line on the graph. The vertical axis is labeled Number of People, beginning with 0 to 10, in increments of 2. The horizontal axis is labeled Time and lists all the times from 10 a.m. through 6 p.m. in increments of 1. In the graph, the line begins at 10 a.m. at 1 person, rises steeply to 7 people at 1 p.m., then drops to 4 people at 3 p.m. After...
Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. How'd that go? It's probably pretty difficult, right? Now, if you're like most people, you're probably only able to catch a bit of what was read to you, because your mind can only hold so much information at a time without any other sensory input. This is how the chart actually looks like. You'll notice it's not even that complex of a graph. There's only one line on the chart, but to describe any visual of the slightest bit of complexity takes paragraphs and paragraphs of text. I talked to some visually impaired students about this to get their take on how they feel about this process of having a graph read to them. And they said, it's really frustrating because it's really dense material, so oftentimes they'll have to listen to it over and over again in order to really understand what this graph is about. So even with all the tools out there, it's just not enough. Visually impaired students are still facing big struggles in STEM. And it's more common for these students to fall behind in grade level. I'm going to talk about Charted. Charted is a dynamic tactile system that allows visually impaired students to touch and interact directly with what they can't see and receive audible and tactile feedback. So the system is comprised of a tactile tablet and its accompanying software. Now, text on a screen can be read by a screen reader, but math that's presented as an image can't. However, with Charted-compatible graphs, which are graphs that teachers or publishers have provided data for, that can be made into something that's tactile and accessible. So I'm going to walk you through how that experience will be. For any graphs that are Charted-compatible, there will be a button that screen readers can access so the students will be aware.
Charted compatible, you are currently on a button. To click this button, press Ctrl-Option-Space.
So I'll click on that and it'll pull up the program.
Press button. Opening Charted, pulling data.
Now when we get to the screen, the student gets to decide whether they want to send the graph to the accompanying tactile display and feel it, or if they're low vision students, they have the option to play around with the contrast or zoom to make it work for them, to make the visual work for them. So in this example, I'm going to go with the touch display. We're going to send it to that.
Touch display button. Processing for tactile display. Send to tactile display.
Now, leveraging developing technologies such as pneumatic systems or electrostatic vibration, we can simulate the effect of lines and dots on a graph so that students can feel something like a line graph or any other diagrams. Now, we're going to go back to the homework problem, look through it, and then refer to the board to get the answer. So the title and the axis labels are in Braille, and the student can get an overview of the chart so they can quickly understand what the trend is, or if they'd like to know specific information about a point, they can tap on that point.
Why is 9? At 6 p.m., there are 9 people in a store.
Or hold down on it to get a deeper level of information. Now this really allows the student to decide how much or how little information they want to receive, which is unlike other options out there. Now the student is ready to answer the first math problem.
1. What is the busiest time of the day at the store?
And they'll enter in their answer.
6 p.m.
Press enter.
Correct.
Now in the user studies that I've conducted, I found that more students were able to get the answer correct if they had access to the accompanying tactile tablet. So Charted provides students with a multi-sensory educational experience that allows them to touch and hear what they can't see. I believe that students will be able to achieve a level of proficiency that'll give them a fair chance in pursuing a career in STEM. Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. Amazing work. So, for those of you who weren't here in the first half, this is just an informal 5 to 10 minute panel discussion that the students are free to answer in whatever order. You don't have to worry about not answering. So my first question for the group, and anyone can answer first, is did any of you have a breakthrough moment in your working process? Somewhere you were stuck and then you got through, something that made you turn the corner in getting this done?
I had one that comes to mind. During usability testing, I had a participant who encouraged me to think about all the work that she'd put in before she launched the app, all of the ways that she'd tried to find whatever she was looking for, and that really helped me figure out how to cut certain things out of the process and make it much simpler to solve that in the moment problem.
I definitely had that moment. Initially, or it was first semester, before I had a thesis advisor, my ideas were pretty out there and like focusing on listening parties and like social experiences around podcasts. And then when I got an advisor who hosts 2 podcasts and knows how difficult it is to get people to discover her shows, we had a conversation about that. I was able to meet people who work for the podcast network that she works for, and the idea of discovery became more clear to me as an issue to attack before you could even get to probably the super fun stuff, just like give people a way to find things they want to listen to, and after that we can have parties around it.
Could you remind us of the initial name for your project?
No, I cannot. I'll tell them. So the initial name was Poddie, Poddie. And in my head, it was just like a play on the word party and podcast. But these wonderful people quickly reminded me that it sounded like P-O-T-T-Y, potty. So that was problematic.
It's potty time.
Exactly.
I definitely had a moment like that. I was very focused in the beginning on creating a board that had pins that could really move up and down. And I spent a lot of time creating all these different prototypes, thinking of the different mechanisms. And then I was really determined to make it happen. So I started speaking to a mechanical engineer, and he reminded me of the fact that, if you're making an app, you don't need to design the phone as well. And so I was like, yeah, that's right. And I started focusing more on the interaction around, what can a student do with this when the technology does surface on the market.
And for those of you who come to the reception, you can see Karen's actual working prototypes, where she has a very small, low-scale version of a physical working product, which is amazing.
Well, for me, I had many breakthroughs, I guess. A lot of ups and downs. I think that's a challenge when you're trying to do some sort of social design. But also, I had a similar experience as like Josh and Datrianna, just putting my stuff in front of different people and just getting a lot of feedback was really valuable in my process. Yeah.
Thank you. So, for many of you, or all of you really, you were working on designs that empowered people to discover things, to buy locally, to learn, to treat the planet better. There's no standard success matrix for something like that. It's not like with you're selling some object and you want to sell, if you sell 1,000 units, you're profitable, let's say. So for each of you, what defines success for you? And if this project were to continue in the future, what would be success for you?
I want Earshot to be people's go-to podcast player. That's success to me. But beyond that, and something that I spoke to in my presentation is that right now a lot of recommendations are like curated lists that you see are oftentimes the same shows over and over, or it's focused mainly on like really big podcast networks that have invested tons of money in this. And they have really awesome shows, but there are also a lot of independent shows that are amazing. And over the last 6 months, I've seen many of them go on to be like acquired by podcast networks. So I think those shows deserve the same amount of attention. And so if people feel like Earshot can be a place for them to find those shows, that would be awesome.
There's a site called Jeremiah's Vanishing New York that chronicles the closures of small businesses across the city. And every year, he tallies the loss by the number of years that all of the stores that closed have been in business. So in 2014, we lost 700 years worth of small businesses in New York. So if Nearbuy were to launch, were to be widely used, my metric of success would be for that number to be lower year after year and not higher.
For me, it depends on the person. It depends on the user. I think it varies for different people. I think awareness could be some level of success, but also like behavior change and like actually, choosing to maybe eat like fish instead of like beef, or choosing to just go one meal without meat. It's just one step, and I think like a small step is like a world of change.
I think for me, success would be if publishers change the way that graphs are managed and made tactile, or turned into a tactile representation. I think, they're the ones that are publishing the graphs and the charts and diagrams, and the way that they're managing that right now is not systematic, and so it creates a really big issue for students who are visually impaired and are trying to study these subjects. So yeah, I think if we can create some change in that area, that'd be great.
And lastly, I'd like to ask, after this long process, which involves really a ton of problem solving, what was the most fun part for you working on it, or what was the most rewarding part working on it? Just for you, for your own process, all the hard work you put into it. You would think there'd be at least one answer, but
There's just too many answers.
I'm overwhelmed. I would say listening to podcasts. I mean, I had a lot of work to do. And so to have some background noise, for me, I would always just play something. And I discovered in trying to like do an assessment of all the products out there, I ended up signing up for like a ton of email newsletters to find out about new podcasts. And so I found out about a lot of awesome shows in the process, and listening to those and like amplifying those in the way that I talk about what I listen to was fun for me.
For me, I think I prototyped it out as a native iPhone app, which is something I'd never done before. So diving into that and getting lost in the weeds there was a ton of fun.
yeah, Josh's app is fully functional, which is pretty impressive. Just throwing that out
You
there.
guys come and play with it at the studio.
For me, it was a better understanding of people. I went out and when I first started this, I started designing for myself. But then when I actually put it in front of other people, it made me gain a lot more empathy for these people and for a different perspective. So, I mean, I think it just has broadened my perspective completely.
I think for me, the most fun was realizing that I could possibly do so much without using my eyes as my main sense. While I was testing my prototype out, you know, just having sight doesn't make you makes you not realize that you can actually do so much without it. So while I was prototyping and testing it and wearing a blindfold, I realized that, you know, I can actually feel so much with my fingers and hear so much more. And I thought that was really fun, just playing with my senses.
Cool. Well, thank you again, guys. Let's give them another round of applause.
Thank you.
And now we will start our fourth and last group of the day.
Hi, I'm Shixiao. I would like to share my story first. I have played musical instruments since I was very young. Not professionally, just for fun. In my daily life, I enjoy listening to music and I always hum along with the music I listen to. I usually think about creating a piece of music just like it. But I always gave up immediately because I'm neither a musician nor a composer. Perhaps some of you feel this way too. To make music, first, you have to have melody in your mind. Then you need to master an instrument. And another way to make music today is with music making software. You will need to know basic music theory and then understand how to use the software. However, for beginners and amateurs like myself, it's difficult to create music because some of us might not have any musical inspiration, or we may not play musical instrument very well. And this software is so complicated and frustrating to use. I really want to make music, but because of these limitations, I end up losing enthusiasm and interest. Everyone has the right to be creative. I believe that making our own music should not be limited by lack of easy access. So I designed a new experience for making music easy, fun, and approachable. I called it MuseX. MuseX is an app that uses our voice as an instrument to create layered music tracks. It is an integrated and immersive experience which combines music listening and music making. It is probable that the first musical instrument was the human voice itself, which can make a vast array of sounds. Users can record their own voice and convert it to different sounds of musical instruments. With MuseX, you listen closely to each layer of a song and recreate the song by humming along or make a new song. Someone might ask, what if I can't sing well? MuseX can auto-tune your voice, so don't worry about that. MuseX includes 3 parts: XLab, Explore, and My Songs. XLab is where you can create your songs. Tap record button to start recording your voice. Dun, 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 dun. Then tap the button again to finish recording.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. After you finish recording, tap and hold the icon on the left of this layer and the musical instrument menu will pop up. Then just select the instrument you want. The second part is Explore. If you have no idea how to start creating your own melody, Explore provides ready-made songs with separate layers. Here you will find the music you are interested in. When you are listening to these songs, you can see what musical instruments were used in the song. When you click this arrow, you will be able to import that song to XLab. And then create your own part by humming along with each layer. My Songs is where you will find all your songs. You can listen to them or make them even better. MuseX's online community connects you with other MuseX users. Here you can be inspired and share your amazing new MuseX creations. You can follow other users, add music to favorites, and see who has been making new music with your songs and layers. Here's Qi using MuseX the other day. MuseX provides an end-to-end experience from listen to a favorite track to creating your own masterpiece. It brings the joy of music making into the hands of people everywhere. With MuseX, it's just that feeling of humming your favorite melody. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jung-Joon. When we have a good experience, we try to hold on to it and remember it for as long as we can. But no matter what we do, our memories fade as time passes. The easiest and the most common way to document our memories is to take pictures. Most of us shoot photos when we want to mark a memorable experience at a particular time and space. And some people even do like this. So you may have lots of photos on your phone, but how many physical photos do you actually have? We usually consume our content in digital form. However, tangibility is important. When we see something attractive, we want to touch, smell, or feel it. Remember, a mobile application for tangible objects will help us remember and share our emotional journeys. This is how the service works. John, a college student who lives far away from his family in California. He's a member of REMEMvER. He usually creates his card after he does something amusing and memorable activities. One day he goes to the aquarium in Brooklyn and has a phenomenal time. He shoots a lot of pictures and videos there. At night, John receives a notification from REMEMvER. John opens the application to document his feelings and experience. Since he can only make one card per day, he looks back at the pictures and selects the most memorable moment. This app changes the selected picture into an outlined illustration. Then he enters a title and comment about this experience. Lastly, he chooses a feeling. The card is created. After about a month, John browses through his cards. He touches the button at the bottom to see more. There he can view weather of the day, where he went, photos, videos, and social media posts. He wants to have the physical material in his hand, so he adds this card to his wish list. John goes to the account page and he checks his wish list. He chooses a material for the card and orders it. After several days, he gets a package. The vintage-looking package gets John so excited even before he opens it up. John opens the package and reminisces on his experience. The card is printed on both sides. It has one picture, one comment, and one emotion. At the bottom right, it has a hard code which allows users to access additional information. Plus, each card has holes which reveal previous feelings within a deck of accumulated cards. In other words, even if you pile up your cards, you can see overall feelings at a glance. So when John stacks up his cards, the emotions come through the holes. Even though he had so much fun at the aquarium, he felt sorry that his family was not there with him. So he decides to send the aquarium card to his mom. Of course, he could have emailed pictures. However, he thinks physical cards are a more profound way to share his moment, since it delivers his emotions in a tangible way and gives unexpected pleasure. The mail is delivered to John's parents' house. Julia receives the letter with the aquarium card in it. When she looks at the card, she finds the fingerprint heart at the bottom. Since each fingerprint heart has a unique pattern, if she scans this heart, she can see more details. Julia scans the fingerprint heart using REMEMvER application. John links his video taken at the aquarium to this heart code, so his mom can view John's video on the phone. Julia immerses in her son's experience and feels like she was there with him. REMEMvER offers a superior way to share your memories to others, as well as to collect memories. It combines our need for the convenience from digital technology and physical connection. Thank you.
This is Phaedrus and Socrates. Phaedrus believed in transcription and documentation. He believed that with writing everything down, we can create this fluency in different topics, and then we could share those topics with other people. Totally understandable. Socrates debated this. He came to Phaedrus, and I don't think this is an exact quote, but he said, "Dude, if we cease to exercise our memory, we're going to become forgetful of who we are. We're going to become forgetful of the things that we care about." So for a long time, this conversation between recording things, transcribing things, and memory have been going on. But how might this apply to today? How might these different schools of thought apply to the products and experiences that we've designed for ourselves today? I'm Max, as you can see here. These are the multiple products and the multiple profiles that I've created based on the different content and different aspirations and different interests and different audiences on each of these. And so each of these products are incredible in their way that they craft new experiences and allow us to share either the images or videos on Instagram or the articles on Facebook or the photos with our friends from high school. Or maybe it's the broadcast network on Twitter where we can find anything at any moment from anybody that we follow. These are all designed for this multitasking, utility, fast experience. But can we really handle all of these pieces of content while managing all of these different profiles? This is where a lot of that magic happens, in the hippocampus, where we take those short-term memories and ideas and we turn them into long-term habits or interests. There's a lot of stuff out there to manage. It's really hard to chart back to past ideas and past thoughts and really care about them and reconnect with them. And I think it's crucial to generating personal opinion and ideas. So how is all of this affecting us? How is this changing the way that I'm communicating with myself and really determining what I care about and what I'm interested in? With all these ephemeral ideas and different profiles coming from different experiences or content, where do they go? Where do we put them? I'm really excited to introduce you to Hippo. Hippo is where those ideas go. This is where those ideas will wait for you. Hippo is a physical object that can sit at your home or maybe in your office, and it basically holds on to ideas for you that you had earlier in the day, or the week, or the month. I think of it kind of as a continued conversation with my past self. So we go back and forth about things that I found interesting or things that I was curious about. And Hippo gives me an opportunity to reconnect with those things and really determine whether I was on the right path or maybe it's not the right thing for me. Hippo's experience is broken up into 4 parts: record, keep, retrieve, and reconnect. I'm hoping you're starting to think a little bit about how you might use Hippo. I'm going to show you how I use mine. So as a native New Yorker, I always choose to walk. And in this time of the year, especially with families visiting, I'm always hearing native languages, and I always think to myself, why have I not learned another language? And I know Duolingo is a wonderful app, and I haven't downloaded it, but maybe Hippo will give me a moment to think about that and download it later. And while I'm in my daydream, an Uber almost passes by and almost kills me, and I think, wow, the experience economy is something that we learned about last year, and Future Shock is a book that was recommended I bought it, but I haven't read it. What does that say about what I really want to learn about, what I'm really interested in? And as some of you will be visiting the studio, you'll see an art store downstairs. And I've been promising Eve that I'll be doing a drawing for our apartment, which I just haven't done yet. So what does that really say about the things that I want to do when these ideas pop into my head? Perfect opportunity to send a message to Hippo. So I'll open up my text messaging app, and I'll send a text over to Hippo. Let's start that drawing, maybe a flower. So I get back up to the studio later, and I see a friend post an article on Facebook about how stress can be relieved from writing. And of course, after today, everyone's almost done, but it's a pretty stressful time. So maybe I'll sign up for a writing class. But then again, school's almost over. Do I really want another class? Maybe there'll be some kind of free course online that I can try, or maybe a writing tool like 750 words. I'm also a new dog owner, so I'm always searching for what are the best dog training styles. In this search, during my research, I found some outrageous content and research about dogs not wanting to be hugged. And with a face like this at home, how could this possibly be true? So I think to myself, thesis, focus on the presentation. Let's send this to Hippo, and maybe next week, I can get to this, and I can review the research, and maybe we'll really test it out with Cosmo later. So I feel assured knowing that all these ideas are being held for me at home in Hippo. I'm able to retrieve everything that might have come to me earlier, and a light blue color pulses every time something is added to it. So these little attributes are starting to build this physical relationship with what otherwise would be completely weightless and invisible, these ideas that we have. So while I'm out, that inkling about learning a language is there, or the dog training style and research that we'll be doing with Cosmo later is there. Or maybe it's finding that visual inspiration, starting a Pinterest board for that drawing that I've been promising that I'll do. To add to that, the physical button on Hippo creates this physical relationship and a literal touch when it clicks to these ideas and immaterial ideas and thoughts. So I placed my Hippo next to our couch. It invites me to sit down, think about the thoughts that I've sent to it, and once I do so, I'll get a notification on my app. I'll open up the app and I can review the things that have been saved there. I can either swipe down to snooze them for the next time I use Hippo, or I can swipe them up to add them to my stream of thought. Once they're in my stream of thought, then I can access them when I'm away from home, kind of like a catalog of things that I've been thinking about recently. So Hippo is really just creating this centralized place for us to revisit those thoughts that we had earlier in the day or the week or whenever it may have been. It's creating that moment for me to think about that drawing and really reconnect with that intention that I've had. Gives me a chance to decide whether big or small, silly or adventurous, if I'm actually interested in the things that pop into our head from moment to moment. And isn't that what Socrates would have wanted? For us to take a moment to contemplate and think about these things in this age of connectivity and transcription? And don't you think that Phaedrus and Socrates could live happily ever after under one roof with a hippo next to them? So when these ideas come from all these different avenues, Hippo can help us to rethink, hold on to, and determine really what we care about most and what we're most interested in aspiring to be. Or maybe we're just reconnecting with who we've always been and what we've always had inside of us. Finally start that drawing. So I encourage each of you, when you leave this talk, listen to those thoughts and those moments inside of you that happen unknowingly, unexpectedly. Write them down somewhere. Put them in your pocket. Maybe hide them in a drawer. And think of Hippo when you fall upon them and randomly open that drawer and it coincides with something that's happening in your life. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So, imagine that you wake up one day in a really, really good mood. You feel like a superstar, and you want to listen to your favorite song all day. You put your best headphones on and head outside. You want to be social, you want to interact with people. But unfortunately, no one talks to you. Well, you and your headphones are sending the wrong message. I'm not available. Most importantly, it's an issue of safety. It is much safer to be aware. City regulations in, for example, Florida, Rhode Island, they prohibited you from wearing earphones while you ride a bike. And here in New York City and California, for example, we are allowed to wear only one. But imagine that the girl, she is wearing a headphone. How are you supposed to remove one? It's a form factor also. It's also a problem of attention. The brain can only process one thing at a time. If you don't have any environmental information, you will never be able to pay attention. As you can see, he's trying to do many things at the same time. He's running, exercising, of course. He's trying to take care of a baby while crossing the street. But fortunately, he's closing his eyes to pay attention. And so we need to do something about it. We need to actively solve for that problem. Serious injuries have increased 300% over this past 6 years. 70% of those people have been killed. Nearly 70% of them are under the age of 30. And half of the vehicles involved were trains, and that leads you to believe that sound is very important to the matter. We need to hear and let people know that we are listening. We need feedback at all times. There are countless situations in which we need to be open to your surroundings. To mention a few, of course, Subway. Well, the DJ is at the party. He needs to listen to the crowd, and at the office, the coworker is using one of the devices with one ear only, and basically he's paying attention to his coworkers while answering the phone. So what do we do? What do we do when we are trying to listen? We are having one earpod down, and we do it all the time. We have created and adapted to that interaction, but it is not part of the original earphone design concept. The headphones are an intentionally reinforcing an antisocial behavior. So I would like to introduce A.H.E.A.D. A.H.E.A.D is a device to enhance our environmental context awareness. It is an headphone enhancer, and that lets you control how much environmental noise is entering your personal space, and at the same time is showcasing your social availability for a double interaction, one input and one output. And unlike any other solutions, A.H.E.A.D is a device that adds functionality to the existing earphones or headphones. A.H.E.A.D provides control over two main features and interactions. The first one is balance control between what you're listening and the outside environment, which is the input part. And the second one is showcasing your social availability, which is the output feedback. Katie is at the library, and she is listening to music. And she's about to listen to an announcement. And here's how it sounds. Yes. It was very difficult to hear because those headphones are very well designed. They are designed for noise cancellation. Now I invite you to listen to A.H.E.A.D and how it can interact with the environmental noise.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The library will be closing in approximately 15 minutes. The lights will shut off and the security system will turn on. Please check out any books or other resources now. Thank you and good night.
So she was able to hear the announcement, and we can imagine the same situation for dangerous parts at the sidewalk, for example. Now imagine that you are at the office working, and then you don't want to be disturbed. You can control the display that is embedded on the device, and if you don't feel like being interrupted, you can switch the displays to close. And if you feel like you want to be approached, you can display your availability and you can be approached. There are many situations in where we want to intentionally block out the world around us, but I do believe that intentionally, we should do it intentionally. Headphones have been accepted that way for a long time. I invite you to imagine a better way of using headphones by increasing the level of environmental awareness and intentionally showcasing one's social availability. We create a new social standard that will open personal space and not block out the world unintentionally, encourage social interactions, and of course, reduce possible dangerous situations, all while keeping an audio experience consistent. Headphones have been accepted that way for a long time. I invite you to imagine a better way of using headphones. Thank you.
Great work, guys. Fabulous conclusion to our student presentations today. These are quite a disparate group of projects. Music, memory, ideas, sounds. They seem to be disparate ideas, but I think they all center around engaging people with things inside them and the way they relate to the world and ideas inside them, whether it be creativity or memories. In that process for you, if one of you could feel free to jump in, whoever wants to start, what was the most difficult part for you of figuring out how to solve these problems and how to empower people to engage more?
A lot of my process was, it was something, but it was really about trying to create a relationship with another object. So I think a nice, at least breakthrough, or way that I had people engaging was sort of not looking at the external services that kind of fragment us and create these different personalities for us. Like I mentioned, it's really just looking at ourselves and holding ourselves accountable for the ideas and things that we think about and do and, you know, intend to do. So yeah, I think that looking at ourselves and thinking about how we engage with things that we're interested in is, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, so yeah, Eric, no, during my process, I did lots of different stuff. It's like, because at first I tried to like create a physical things, and I try to build the community, connection between people and like physical things. I wanted people to use physical stuff to create music, yeah, and but why I changed that, because when I do the user test, yeah, they think use physical things, because I build it so complicated, because making music is so hard. So I try to figure out the whole system, how you can make music, and I try to take that all system and put in physical stuff, but it won't work because it's so complicated. And so after that, I got stuck, and I have no idea how I can solve that problem. So I try to do some research about the music itself. So when I read the history of music, yeah, so there's a sentence said maybe the first musical instrument is the human voice itself. So I think, oh yeah, so I think about when I listen to music, I like hum along, and I like singing with the song. So I think I can use that voice to convert your voice to the musical instrument sounds. So at that time I think, oh my god, I find a very good idea, so I can solve this problem. So suddenly, yeah, it's I solved that the most complicated parts. So I use that function, and I switched to use app. But I still want to use physical thing, but maybe later I would use this kind of technology and build it into the physical stuff. And I want to see if I can make a different new experience about making music, but use physical stuff. Yeah.
You can see some of her earlier prototypes that she's referencing in her process book. If you come to the reception later, you can see what every student made, many things that they made and then discarded and were forced to simplify. All of that is on display at the reception. Jung-Joon?
To me, it was very hard for me to convince people, because my project started with tickets, because I collect tickets, and it's a touch point between me and my experience. So I was a little obsessed by tickets, and I intentionally designed my first prototype, which looked like a ticket, but no one liked that design. So, and some people, actually quite a few people just threw away the ticket. So it was very hard to convince people.
The same thing with the project. I find really difficult for most people to understand that there is a problem using headphones. It's so embedded in our day-to-day life that it's difficult to convince that there's actually a need in there. And the other difficulty was that the working prototype that I had was pretty big, and I put it around my neck, and I went ahead to the subway, but it caused a little social anxiety.
In yourself, you mean, or in people who saw you?
No, I put it. I use it myself, but it's just a very big piece. It's like a watch, like a clock,
like a bomb.
So for each of you, what do you think was the most unusual or surprising thing you discovered while you were working on your thesis projects?
I think I already mentioned it, because I thought that people would collect their tickets, but almost all people just threw away after visiting event.
You mean you thought everybody collected their tickets for everything they ever went to, the way that you did?
But it was not true. So so it was, it surprised me.
For me, one of the most important things that I discovered by doing the testing is that well, a lot of people like myself listen to music while working, and the idea of doing two things at a time. Basically, there's a threshold where music or podcasts go to the background, music, and so to discover what the volume or the balance is to send the music to the background or move it to the foreground for you to pay attention to it, I think that needs a lot of research, and I think it's an important topic.
It's interesting because in your case, you have you're fighting against so much ingrained habit just because of the repercussions of how something was designed that didn't account for that in the first place.
Yes.
But all of us are so used to moving our headphones or moving the volume up and down,
right,
that it seems astonishing at first to think we wouldn't have to do that. We could stay immersed in music or podcast plus hear the environment around us.
Yes.
So I saw, and all of your colleagues saw, a lot of resistance. People were like, but there's already a way to do that. And then they were like, oh, yeah, but it's a terrible way. So I think you did a great job, really, in fighting and persisting on that.
Thanks.
Something that I found pretty interesting was early on I hypothesized that we could maybe just curate different things for different people based on their interests. And all these services now, I feel like we're, signing up for different newsletters, and we're going out to these like curated experiences, whether it's an art show or whatnot, but it's really just about what our personal intentions are. And so something that was surprising to me was how insignificant a curated prototype would be. And so I did some like text messaging prototypes where I would actually send people some articles or some things that they would be interested in based on a conversation beforehand. And the only thing that really pushed them to actually read the article was the content itself rather than the relationship with the service. So if they were actually interested in it, eliminating the service was really, I think Hippo is really simple in that it really has nothing to it other than your own ideas. So eliminating all of the extra fluff was sort of surprising to me, because you think thesis and you think like, oh, this is the opportunity to do something really cool and awesome. And I think simplifying it was sort of a win, but the hardest part. So that was pretty surprising to me.
Yeah, and during my process, I got lots of different feedback. So like at first, like when I tried to build a very simple tool, and they said it's too simple, and maybe you need to add more function there. But like when I did the second one, I add more function there, and they said, oh, it's so complicated. So like, no. Like you want me to it's easy to use, but have more functions. So like it's so hard, and you cannot keep all the others ideas put in your project. So like Josh told me that. So like when you doing your project, you won't accept all the suggestion and put in your project. You need to decide which one I need and which one you don't need to care about that. Yeah.
That's right. So that leads me to my last question, which maybe you were the first to answer with a double, is, and also the last question for the student presentations is, what advice would you give to future students working on a thesis project?
Run. Fast.
Run away.
I think Shixiao said actually perfectly that probably is the best advice.
Yeah, that's what I learned during my process. Yeah, I think it's very valuable for me because I am a person because I'm interaction designer. It sounds like you need to hear about the user, so you need to know their feeling. So when you get some feedback, you need to think about, maybe I need to change to this way and do what. But you cannot just follow what they said. You need to decide which one you need.
I think this is a good lesson for life too, that you can't please everybody.
Yeah.
But I might argue with that, just to say don't stick to the ideas that you think are great in September, and let feedback sort of guide you, and let your peers give advice, and sort of roll with the punches, and don't stick to something and be stubborn. I think that, at least for me, a big learning insight was just the idea that it's not going to be perfect, and you don't know what the answer is in a month, but just make something and test it, and make something just to learn what to make. So it's It's okay to be messy, and it's okay to listen to other people's feedback.
Okay, so I got so many useful feedback when I showed my working prototypes. So I recommend that make working prototypes as many as possible, and it doesn't have to be a high fidelity prototype. Even if it's a very techy one, yeah, you will find out a lot of things throughout the process and user testing with the product.
I would say that make sure that you understand that the last year is not a year. It actually, the farther you go along, the shorter the months get.
And I also want to talk about, the next year students. Just choose the things you have. Yeah, you have too much patience on it, so you really care about that. So you will have like more patience to do your topic. Yeah, thesis.
Okay, remember these wise words. Let's have a round of applause for our last group. Thank you so much.
Take these off.
So I'd like to bring one of our first-year students, Julian, up to the stage. There he is. He designed all of the graphics and typography for the festival today, so we wanted to give him a few minutes to just tell you about it.
Hello, everybody. Could I get another round of applause for the class of 2016? You guys were really amazing. And it's actually a little scary because it means that I'm officially now, as of this moment, a second-year student. I'd like to thank the department, Wang, Wolfgang Hill, and especially Liz Danzico for giving me the opportunity to represent the department visually for the past year. From crafting our monthly lecture series posters to today's Thesis Festival, this has been an honor and it's been a real blast. I'm especially thankful because it is rare to see such deep involvement from the students in the day-to-day operations of our department. When I started working on the festival, I was inspired by two things. And these are things that you can only pick up when you practically live in the studio. First, I was inspired by the diversity within the program. People from different backgrounds, ideas, and nationalities are brought together as IXD designers, and what they create spans a vast range of topics and interests. Second, I wanted to express that space that exists between conceiving an idea and bringing it to life. That space is what we feel with the design process, with sketching, with prototyping, with executions. So designing is a process of constantly iterating and simplifying, cutting features and narrowing down scopes. It's not mechanical, it's more organic, it's messy, and it's always shifting. So by the time a design is done, you look at your finished piece and compare it to those first sketches that you had. And you can see how the end product retains the concept, but visually is something totally different from where you started. So to illustrate this, I came up with a typography system consisting of 3 typefaces. We have graphic, which is the official font of our program. It represents both the IXD department as a hub for interaction designers and the notion of the finished design. And then there's Alicia, a typeface that features all sorts of beautifully illustrated characters representing the department's diversity. And third, we have Alchemia, which is a display typeface that I think embodies the loftiness of our ideas when they're first conceived. So when these 3 typefaces are overlaid on top of one another, the end result is a new level of dynamism that captures all the action that happens in that space, in that span. And there is one more thing, as you just saw. If you visit the Access Studio during the semester, you'll notice there's an endless trail of papers, wires, tools, glues, scribbles, and of course, Post-its. It's a chaos that screams design happened here. This shows that we're working a lot with our hands in the department. And to represent this chaos, a texture was created and added to the underlying typography as a way of illustrating the trail of our work. So, putting all this together, I'd like to leave you now with our final design. Thank you.
Ted's very fast, so.
Does this work? All right, terrific. Hi. Let's see, my name's Ted Elric. This is Pepin Gilardi. We're both instructors of the Smart Objects course at SVA. We have been teaching this for 2 years, and it's really impressive to see all you guys present your work today. And, you know, we've seen, I think, a lot of themes emerge over the past 2 years. There's been mindfulness, really the idea of information overload, task management, using technology and avoiding technology to bring people together. It's really a wide array. And you know, inspired by Alan, who teaches the Products of Design program, his focus on the number 3 last week, we want to focus on the number 6 right now to close out the day. What is 6? So 6, well, first, this is the 6th graduating class of the program. It's 2016. We have the iPhone 6 that a lot of people have designed for. And finally, we'd like to actually format this talk as 6 lessons to the students, framed in 2 minutes each, that we would like to share with you as you enter from school into the real world. Okay? We'll try to get it under 2.
I'm gonna time this one.
Okay.
All right, cool. Your first lesson is on timelines. Okay, so this is on the importance of timing, and so when you're doing a project, as I think a lot of you have found, there's a certain physics to the timing of a project, right? And so we prefer generally fast over slow. Slow things in the universe, they're influenced by other forces. There's time for them to get pushed this way and that. And so those things don't usually end up where we want them if they end up anywhere at all. We like fast things because they're exciting, they hurry to a conclusion, they travel in this sort of straight-ish line, and the speed of it inspires us to new solutions. But the bastards out there, they're going to make you move too fast. You're going to be pushed on faster and faster deadlines. There's all of this work done around efficiencies. And so as you're, pressured into that, you want to avoid moving too quickly because the result of the work won't be as effective and the whole of that system will slow down and will begin to wander. So Harold Egerton pioneered high-speed photography. He captured with the utmost precision that idea of the decisive moment, and he sort of captured these decisive moments that make up our physical world. And he was a scientist of photography who evolved these techniques and iterated with subject matters. And he was so effective and so prescient working under his own projects that he was there and prepared when humanity brought together and split the atom for the first time. And, transcending this point of like dimensional nature, he was able to capture that very first millisecond of like the terrifying atomic age. And so that's pretty cool. Today, it was really powerful to see so much work that looked into the near future, and I think what's important is for you guys to continue to see just beyond what's possible and control your own timing of your projects. How did I do?
Great. Wow, it's right on time. Next. This is about figuring out how you work so you can work. And I think it shows itself in a lot of aspects of life. Maintaining a work-life balance, efficiency, productivity, even maintaining time to do the dishes in your home or apartment. And this has really been sort of a personal fascination of mine for a while as I kind of refine ways that I work. And so for me, I keep a to-do list, and my to-do list is really my space that I work in.
TED-do list, actually.
It's true. It's a TED-do list, and it's sort of a giant text file that I keep synced across my devices. And when I'm on the train or sort of walking and I have an idea, I sort of open it up and work in there. It sort of becomes this compost pile of things that go to the top and some trickle down. And so that works for me, and it'll continue to evolve. But my point here is to figure out something that works for you. And I want to give 2 examples that I had pulled from this book called How Artists Work. It's by Mason Curry. It's a really great book. Jonathan Edwards, who was an 18th century preacher and theologian, he would often break up his working sessions by going for a walk, either on horseback or on foot. And while on the walk, he would have a mnemonic device that he would use to remember ideas. He'd take small pieces of paper and pin it to a specific part in his clothing. And then when he came back home, he would unpin those and write down the thought that he had associated with that at the time. Also, there's a choreographer named Twyla Tharp. She would wake up at 5:30 a.m. and hail a cab, and that cab would take her to her gym where she would work out for 2 hours. And this was her ritual. And she explains that the ritual was not the gym, the ritual was the cab. And as soon as she was in the cab, her ritual was complete. And she would do that every day. And she admits that it was actively antisocial, but it was pro-productivity. And so this idea of ritual, I think, is something that, trying to rehearse and find something that works for you is really beneficial in a creative person's life.
Cool. Lesson 3. So this is about getting close and staying small. So big is really powerful. Big is where all of the money is and the resources are. There are the Facebooks and the Googles and all of the big companies that you guys are probably going to end up working for. So those places, really great minds come together to work on really big problems. But there's a problem with big. It tends to turn inward. It starts to lose its humanity. And as we all know, big things, they tend to focus on their own growth. And so designers, we all know that small is actually really powerful. We know that being close to things is important. We know that understanding something is key to developing something for it. And so, I believe that smallest things are the sort of the closest and the sort of most intelligent things in the world. And a great example of that is the bacteria in your stomach. Cool. So the bacteria in your stomach, they obviously know what you've been eating, but they also know how you're feeling. They know if you're sleeping. They know how you're exercising. And they're also really impressive in that they plan, right? They have to plan for the next meal, and they sort of aggravate themselves up to sort of signal that, you're hungry. And in that way, by releasing cortisol, they also can make you anxious or calm so they can communicate with you. So they're incredibly dumb, right? They're dumber than rocks on the ground, yet they know you better than anyone in your entire life. It's kind of amazing. They're also really good team players. There's 100 trillion in your body, and they're all working together. So, if you're trying to do good in a small or a big organization, I think, you can look to these guys to help resolve that tension. And so what I want to call on you guys to do is try and break away from all of the digested data and all of the insights and all the focus groups and even the ideas of like home visits or like personal interviews. Try and push yourself away from that and actually try and get really, really close to a subject. Get it, like empathize with those people who you're working with and be as close to them as possible. And I think you'll find a lot of success there.
Number 4, defend having a hybrid skill set. We are both engineers and product designers. We walk that line every day. Everyone that we hire is we hope as well. And so this is actually a quote by Twyla Tharp. I'll let you read it. But it revolves around this theme and this reality. You guys are hybrid thinkers. You have come from different backgrounds. You've been trained in a program to connect different disciplines, and so you have a hybrid skill set. The very sort of unexpected outcome of that is that it's sort of difficult to hire you, in the sense that people will interview you for a specific job. But my sort of advice or ask to you is to just defend your hybridness. I think at the end of the day, a hybrid skill set makes you a really good problem solver. And it doesn't matter if it might be initially difficult to hire you. In the end, I think you know your value. And also sometimes that might mean that you have to do your own thing and sort of start your own path.
Cool. Can we kill the audio on that? Thanks, Ted. Lesson 5 is about making art. So there's a fallacy in design. Because it has all of these really cool creative components, because you're making as part of it, it carries with it this type of artistic catharsis. And that's kind of a bad thing because, this is not art, okay? This is design that you're doing, okay? And so you want to give yourself this opportunity to get creative without a client looking over your shoulder, without someone immediately reacting to what you're doing. You have to be able to get comfortable with creativity in your own space. And so I think it's really important to start exploring purposelessness after you're leaving this program. You've been pretty busy with what you're doing. But now I think it's a chance for you guys to go out and along with what you're doing, make art on the side. So these are balloons that I made. They're just balloons. I made them for the hell of it because I wanted to know what it was like to make a balloon. And then from there, I started playing with buoyancy, and I started to explore unfolding and trying to understand how geometry connects with biological forms. But really, I was just making balloons for fun. And so I think that's a key component to art. It just lets you play and imagine. Art also connects people to communities. So Ted was doing this civic action thing called Do Tank, where they did these really cool projects in the street. And I was working with a collective, and we were doing sort of basically installation art for civic spaces. And so Do Tank 6 years ago threw an event on Bedford Avenue, and my collective put some stuff in that, and Ted and I met, and now we've been making stuff together for 6 years. So there you have that.
To wrap up that thought, the last lesson is doing things even when no one is telling you to do them. So obviously you're leaving school, you won't have the pressure of someone else upon you. So related to Pepin's thought, it's really up to you to explore your own sort of curiosity there. I'm sorry, didn't mean to press that. So in your job, work to create small improvements or projects that will help the organization, even if they're something no one has asked you to do. I promise people will notice, and thank you for that. Outside of your job, being creative is really up to you now. There's no more deadlines or other lesson plans to follow. So by now, of course, you know that prototyping is one of your best tools. So continue to do that, and it's really the residue of the process that is the work. So stay curious and involve yourself in self-led projects. And lastly, fight to attend events. I know it's hard to leave at 6 p.m. from any job, but if you can make time to do just a few of them, hearing people talk and share ideas is really valuable, especially in New York City. With that.
Cool. So in conclusion, today should be the proudest day of your life. You guys did this amazing thing. You put your heart and soul into a project you really believed in, and that's incredible. You guys should be so unbelievably proud. I know that parents here are insanely proud. You should be as well. So I think that's amazing that you've done this, and you have this really probably the most relevant degree in the world right now for solving the problems that cross this digital and physical space. And you're all going to get really good jobs. The data stands up to this. So that's amazing. But they're going to be great jobs in great companies, and greatness is fine, but goodness is truly great. So what I want to say is while today should be the proudest day of your life, don't let it be the proudest day of your life. We want you guys to go back and keep defining these problems around you, and it's really important that you keep evolving your process. And in turn, let your life's work become your thesis. Cool. All right. We are so excited to see you in the world.
Thank you.
Don't walk on that.
Wow, thank you so much, Ted and Pepin, for that amazing closing speech. And thank you all for being here today for this incredible set of presentations. I think I can speak for all the faculty, not all of whom could be here, in congratulating all of you on your incredibly hard work. And I actually, if it's okay with you, I would like to bring all of you up onto the stage. That's right, all of you up on the stage. And then we're going to applaud again, but not until they're all up on the stage. And then we're going to really give it. Phenomenal. So I would like to officially congratulate you as graduates of the class of 2016 in Interaction Design. I'm sure all of you will have an incredible, bright future ahead of you, and you are now officially alumni of the program, so you know there's an incredible community, some of whom who have come back here today. So you are now part of that community, so take advantage of that. Stay connected to all of the people in our department and in the design community in New York. And I would also, while you're on stage, I would like all of us to give a special thank you to some other members of our department who made today and all of your years possible. Specifically, Gwendolyn Kurtz, who's our Director of Operations. Wolfgang Gill, who's our System Administrator and Technical Guru, and who put in a lot of hard work at the end of the semester with the individual students. And also Jason Raby, who's our Special Projects Agent. He's been working behind the scenes. So on behalf of all of us here, all of the students and our department, I'd like to invite everyone here to come to our reception. That's on 21st Street. You should have the address written down, or it's on the website, 136 West 21st Street. And you can get a chance to see all the students' work in more detail and see and ask them questions.
If I could add one more thank you to Eric and the department. The class has made a donation in the department's name. This is for you, as a thanks from all of us for all of the endless hours of feedback and commitment to the work and pushing us to make more things always. Yes, thank you. We really appreciate it. It was an awesome journey.
You're welcome. Should I open this now?
I mean, I don't think you should read it aloud, but you can open it. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you soon back at the reception.